Okay, good evening everyone. Welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Sham Kagod here. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, can you please give me a thumbs up? Done. Let's start. Now, before I start the discussion for the day, I just want to give you a glimpse of, let's say, what kind of articles generally appear in the newspapers. Right? Because many of you keep on asking, should we read current affairs? Right? Should we revise it? Right? What should be covered, etc. For example, again, don't read all these articles now. I just want to give you a glimpse of it. For example, today itself, right, there are many important articles in different newspapers. Right. For example, look at one of the articles here. RBI presses, the presses of RBI are working 24/7 to pump out 500 rupee currency notes. Now, if you remember, yesterday we had a discussion regarding printing of currency notes. Yes or no? Yesterday itself, we had a discussion regarding printing of currency notes. And during the discussion, I told you there are many printing presses which are owned either by Government of India or by RBI, which are actually printing currency notes in India. Now, that is an important point that you need to understand from here. Right? For example, sir, what should we remember? Many of you keep on asking me, what should we remember? Right? How should we remember, etc., etc. In this article, which appeared in today's newspaper, that is Mint newspaper, if you just look at the last but one paragraph, just look at the last but one paragraph. Currently, there are 4 currency presses in the country. The Bharatiya Reserve Bank Note Mudran Private Limited, a unit of RBI, owns one press each in Mysore and Salbani. The Securities Printing and Minting Corporation of India Limited owns 2 presses in Devas and Nasik. Did we make a list? Same listing yesterday, right? I hope you remember that. I hope you have revised it. We made the same list yesterday. That is, there are 4 presses in India. The first 2 are owned by this, indirectly by Government of India. The next 2 are owned by this, indirectly by Reserve Bank of India. Now, this was one article that has appeared in Mint newspaper today itself. Today's newspaper. I'm not even talking about all the week. Today's newspaper. For example, one more article. RBI has become a net seller of USA dollars. The US dollars. Now, what is the importance of net selling, etc., etc.? Today you'll understand. Don't worry. Today you'll have a discussion regarding that. Don't worry. But you will have to understand these kind of articles to understand what is actually happening in the current affairs. For example, sir, what is the connection of this? Why should I remember all of this? If you look at the UPSC question paper in 1 year, in fact, if the chapter it is over today, I don't think so that will be over today. If the chapter is over today, I'll show you the questions from the previous year. One question that was asked by UPSC was, what are the components of forex? What are basically the components of the forex reserves? Again, we have not discussed it. Don't worry, have patience. And very recently, RBI has paid a huge amount of dividend to Government of India, somewhere around 87,000 plus crore rupees. Huge amount of dividend. One of the reasons why RBI is able to pay the huge amount of dividend, it is because of this reason. Why, you'll understand in some time. Have patience with me. Now, this was there in the Indian Express newspaper. Right now, I'll show you one more example. Recession. Right, recession has hit Germany. Do you remember the concept of recession? We have discussed the idea of recession. Do you remember that? Right? What is the basic idea of recession? Recession simply means for 2 consecutive quarters. I repeat, for 2 consecutive quarters, the GDP growth rate is negative. Right? I can simply say the GDP growth rate is negative, or I can also simply say, right, there is a contraction in the GDP for 2 consecutive quarters. Either this or this. Contraction means growth rate becoming negative. Now, this recession has hit Germany. Recession has hit Germany. Right? And this was again in the Mint newspaper. Right now, if you look at this article, again, this PPT will be given to you. I promise this PPT will be given to you. Don't worry. You'll basically read one paragraph where they will simply say the GDP growth rate in the first quarter, the first quarter very recently, that is January to the month of March, first quarter in Germany, the GDP growth rate was minus 0.3. And the fourth quarter GDP growth rate in Germany was basically minus 0.5. So from in October, November, December, one quarter, January, February, March, another quarter. So in consecutively 2 quarters, there is a negative growth rate. And because of this, we are saying now Germany has hit recession, or there is a recession in the Germany. And in the last 1 year, in the last 3 months as well, many experts have been warning us we might be moving towards recession. And now Germany has registered recession, which is a very, very concerning factor for a very simple reason. We are connected. We, in the sense, the economies, the countries are connected with each other, not by border, but by trade. I hope you understand. Not by border, but by trade. Later, I'll use a technical term. Those who don't understand it, don't worry about it. There's a term called as globalization. Later, we'll discuss the idea of globalization. There's a term called as globalization. Now, because of globalization, all the countries are connected with each other. For example, let me take a current affairs, Understand the logic here. Many of you in the newspapers might be reading Pakistan, the economy in Pakistan is destable. Yes or no? Economy in the Pakistan has got destabilized. Now, again, not looking at, what is the viewpoint of Indians, etc., purely from the economics angle. Purely from the economics angle. Any country falters like this, any country's economy destabilizes like this, it is not good for the global economy. I hope you understand. Don't worry about security. Don't say, right, sir, Pakistan is our arch enemy, etc., Don't worry about all of it. You are discussing economics. Think like an economist. Right? So any country is destabilizing. It is destabilizing like this. It is never good for the global economy, especially a country such as Pakistan. Again, when I say especially a country such as Pakistan, what is the viewpoint I'm looking at? Pakistan is one of the very good producers and exporter of certain agriculture commodities. Yes or no? Let me know. Pakistan is a very good country in terms of, again, don't twist my words, in terms of, production in the agriculture commodities. Best example, basmati rice. Best example, basmati rice. So understand the logic here. A country which is a producer and an exporter, and again, sir, does it mean that whenever a country is a producer and exporter, only in that situation we should not have a destabilization? Of course, no. Think of this viewpoint also. Imagine there are two countries, X and Y. X is able to produce a large amount of goods and services and is able to export it to Y. Now, if Y falls into recession, tell me now, if Y falls into recession, do you think that is good for country X? You'll have to look at two angles here. Always look at two angles. Do not always look at exporter. If a country which is exporting falls into recession, is it bad? Of course, yes. What if a country which is a consumer in the market, that also falls into recession? Is it good? Of course, that is not good. Right? So, because there is a globalization, because there is idea of a globalization, countries, economies are connected. If they falls into recession, if there is a depression in these economies, never good for global market. That is a point I'm trying to make in the context of even Germany. Done? Right? So, this is basically the idea that I wanted to provide to you. Now, these are the three very important articles. Again, are these the only three very important articles in today's newspapers discussion? Of course, no. There were many other important articles. But at least I hope you understand, we have discussed the concept of recession. We have discussed the idea of RBI printing and distributing the currencies, etc. And today, they have appeared in the newspaper. That is the reason I keep on telling you people, please read current affairs. Update your current affairs. Keep on reading so that most of the questions that they will ask you in UPSC, you will be able to answer very easily without any difficulty because of this. Done? So we were discussing yesterday the concept of money and banking. Let me continue the discussion. Sir, it was not there in Hindu newspaper. I know that. I know that. And first class, I told you this. Today also, I'll tell you this. If you depend only on Hindu for writing GS paper 3, that would be a very, very wrong strategy as far as I'm concerned. I'll repeat the point so that it will sink into your mind. If you are dependent only on Hindu newspaper to write GS paper 3, then this would be a very, very wrong strategy. Why? Because Hindu will not cover all the important economy related articles. I'll talk only about economy. It will not cover all the important economy related articles. That is guaranteed. It will not cover everything, right? It will cover. I'm not saying Hindu is waste. Please understand that as well. Don't take extreme statements. I'm not saying Hindu newspaper is a waste of time. I'm saying you will not be able to answer all the questions in the GS paper 3 only with Hindu. Add on to, right, Hindu with one more newspaper, any business related newspaper. Then let's start. So what we have discussed yesterday, we were discussing the Reserve Bank of India's functions of Reserve Bank of India. Now, before that, we have discussed types of money, the idea of types of money. What is the idea for types of money? Money is basically a mode of exchange or a medium of exchange. And we have discussed 4 types of money. We have commodity money, where commodity itself was used for conducting transactions. We also have a fiat money, where through Government of India, through the order of Government of India, we will give value to, right, the currencies that will be used as a mode of exchange, medium of exchange. Then we have discussed the idea of the fiduciary money, which are issued by the bank, but whether to accept it or not is dependent on the confidence shown by the acceptor or the receiver. For example, the checks that we are using, the demand drafts, etc., etc. And then we also discussed commercial bank money, that is the money that is created by the bank. That is basically the concept of credit, loans issued by the bank. Then we discussed the banking structure in India, and we are entering into one by one the banking structure. Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India started functioning from 1st April 1935. There is a committee behind this, Hilton Young Commission. From 1949, RBI has been nationalized. The powers, the functions, etc. of RBI will come from the RBI Act of 1934. Yesterday, we have seen various sections under RBI Act of 1934. For example, Section 47, Section 22, Section 8, Section 7, right, under, right, basically the RBI Act of 1934. After that, we have started discussing the functions of RBI. First important function, the RBI helps in controlling inflation in India. That is, there is an agreement, and the role of RBI is to control inflation at 4%. Second, RBI prints and distributes the currency notes in India. In fact, I told you printing is done by RBI except 1 rupee note, and minting is done by Government of India. And when I say minting, have you come across the article? Again, not mentioned anywhere, most of the newspapers. 75 rupee coin. Let me know. 75 rupee coin, minting of 75 rupee coin. Today it was there in the newspapers, right? Many newspapers it was covered. 75 rupee coin because of new parliament. Okay. Now, minting is done by the government. Printing is done by RBI. Right. After that, we have discussed one more very important function. RBI is basically lender to Government of India. Again, I have told you there is a method where RBI will lend money. I have not discussed that. I'll tell you that also. Don't worry. Second point is RBI will help Government of India to borrow from the market, right? Where RBI will sell, auction government securities of the Government of India, and we will be able to raise money. That is, government will be able to borrow money from the market. Right, short-term government securities, long-term government securities, etc., etc. We have discussed yesterday. Then one more very important function is the monetary policy. Idea of monetary policy or credit control policy. Under monetary policy, there are 2 divisions. One is quantitative tool. Second one is qualitative tool. In quantitative, RBI will use all these tools. either to increase or decrease the money circulation in the overall market, that is overall economy. Whereas in case of qualitative that we are supposed to start now, in qualitative, RBI basically can target specific sectors. I repeat, RBI can specifically target sectors, and within these sectors, RBI can either increase or decrease the money supply. Now, let's start with the idea of instruments of credit control, specifically qualitative set of tools. Qualitative set of tools. Now, in qualitative set of tools, there is a list. Let's go one by one. First one is called as rationing of credit. Rationing of credit. Now, first and foremost, have you heard of the term ration? Let me know. Have you heard of the term ration? What is the meaning of the term ration? Ration simply means distribution. Ration simply means distribution. Now apply the same logic here. Rationing of credit, can also read it as distribution of credit. Let me know. Rationing of credit also means distribution of credit. Distribution of credit means what? RBI is having a tool where RBI will ensure how the loans are given. How the loans are given, distributed by the banks. That is point number one. Point number two, let's start. Imagine you're a bank manager. Imagine you're a bank manager. A businessman will come to you asking for a loan. And a farmer will also come to you asking for a loan. Now, simple question to all of you. Simple question to all of you. Will you take a higher risk by giving a loan to a businessman or a farmer? Let me know. Will you take a higher risk by giving loan to a businessman or a farmer? Please think of it truly and please think of it very carefully. You will take higher risk by giving a loan to the farmer. Many of you simply say, sir, you are anti-farmer, right? Why are you against anti-farmers? Why are you denigrating them, etc., etc., etc.? It's a very simple logic. Compared to the businessman, the farmer's revenues are affected by so many factors. For example, right, you are reading the newspapers now. Tell me, if there is delayed monsoon, if the monsoon is delayed, will the farmer's income get affected or not? If the monsoon is a lesser, deficient monsoon, will it affect the farmer's income or not? If fertilizers are not available, if supply in the market is very high, if there is El Nino, La Nina, etc., etc., will it have an impact on the earnings of the farmers or not? Of course, yes. And that is the precise reason giving loans to certain borrowers in the market is very, very highly risky. I'm not saying by giving a loan to the businessman, you're not taking risk. I'm not saying that. You are taking a risk. By virtue of giving a loan, you're taking a risk. But between farmer and a businessman, where are you taking a higher amount of risk? By giving loan to the farmer. And now if I ask you a simple question, looking at all of this, would you want to give a loan to the farmer? Most of you will simply say, sir, it is very risky. I don't want to give loan. I simply don't want to take a higher risk there. I will give it somewhere else. Now, don't you think if there is no compulsion, if there is no condition on the banks, they will simply stop giving loans to the farmers or reduce the loans given to the farmers and they'll start giving loans in some other sectors? Is there a possibility or not? Think of it. Is there a possibility? That will not happen. Why? RBI has introduced a concept called as rationing of a credit, under which the name of the tool that they actually use is called as priority sector lending. PSL, very, very famous. Priority sector lending, PSL. Now, what is this priority sector lending? RBI says, in 1 year, imagine you are giving 100 crore rupee loans, credit. In 1 year, you are giving 100 crore rupee credit. 40% of this credit should be reserved, should be given to following sectors. For example, you will have to give to agriculture sector. You will have to give loans to MSME. I'll write the long form of MSME. Have patience. Later, we'll have a detailed discussion on this. MSME stands for micro, small, and medium enterprises. MSME simply stands for micro, small, and medium enterprises. Now, don't worry. Simply go forward. We'll have a detailed discussion MSME later. So, you'll have to give loans to agriculture sector, MSME, housing, export credit, education loan, startups, weaker sections of the society, etc. So, what is the logic here? The logic of RBI is, if I do not have any restriction, if I do not impose any condition to you, you will not give, or you will give very less number of loans to all these sectors. So what I'll do? I'll put a condition that 40% of the credit that you issue, 40% of the credit that you issue will have to be given to all these sectors. And out of all these sectors, which will get the highest amount of percentage of loans, it will be agriculture sector. Remember this. Out of all these, agriculture sector will get the highest amount of loans. Right? That is basically the concept of rationing of credit. Now, before I go forward, there is a particular term called as ANBC. Many of the books have not mentioned it, but RBI uses a technical term called as ANBC. Adjusted net bank credit. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. We have discussed this. Let me know. A bank will give loan. A bank will give loan to a farmer. Then the bank will also purchase a bond. Now tell me, the investment in the bond, can I also count it as credit by the bank? Let me know. Does it make sense or not? A bank will purchase a bond. Can I take it as a credit, type of a credit? I hope you understand. Some of you are saying no, which means you are not revising. Why? What is the idea of a bond? You tell me, what is the idea of a bond? I'll re-bring your friend. I'll reintroduce your friend here. I will issue the bond. I'll basically issue the bond. You have purchased the bond. Now you tell me, have you given a loan to me or not? Think of it. You have purchased a bond. Have you given a loan to me or not? Is it a credit or not? Did we not discuss the same concept when I was solving inflation question? When I was solving inflation question, did we not discuss this? A creditor, a debtor, a bank will purchase a bond in the market. Is it not a kind of a credit there? That's what I'm talking about. So whenever you talk about ANBC, the loans that are given by the banks anyways will be counted. But what about investment in other types of bonds? What about investments are done by the bank in other types of, that is out of SLR, any bonds that is purchased by the bank? Is it not a concept of credit? Answer is yes, by the way. So you'll have to count the loans which are issued, actual loans, plus investments are done by the banks in non-SLR bonds. Right? That is basically the concept of percentage of adjusted net bank credit. Now, point number 3, important. Think of it and let me know. With this tool of priority sector lending, can RBI ensure loans issued only in agriculture sector will increase? Think of it and let me know. With this idea of a PSL, with the tool of PSL, can RBI ensure loans issued only in the agriculture sector will increase? Only in agriculture sector, loans can be decreased also. What about, right, let's say housing sector? Can we target specifically housing sector? Yes. Can we provide only higher education loans? Yes. Some of you are saying no. How? Please tell me. Right? What are you listening to? Can we target only education sector or not? Arey Baba, how difficult it is. I'm saying 40% of the loans will have to be issued to them. Out of 40%, can I simply say, until now, 10% loans were given to agriculture sector. RBI will increase this to, let's say, 12%. Think of it. RBI will increase it to 12%. Out of 40%, 12% will have to go to agriculture sector. If this is the policy implemented by RBI, if it's the direction issued to the bank, only in the agriculture sector are the loans increasing or not? And that is a basic idea. Now understand this. Compare a tool such as repo. Compare on one side repo, CRR, SLR, and on the other side put rationing of credit, PSL. Now can you understand the differences between two sets? In case of rationing, can we target specific sectors and change the credit flow? Whereas in case of CRR, SLR, repo, reverse repo, STF, overall money supply in the economy will change. Right? That is basically the idea of a qualitative set of tools. Qualitative set of tools. Right? So one tool is rationing of credit. Second one is regulation of consumer credit. Regulation of consumer credit. Now let me start with a very simple example. Imagine you'll go to a bank and you will take a housing loan. You can take a housing loan, you can take a vehicle loan, etc., etc. Imagine you go to a bank and you will take a housing loan. And when you take a housing loan, bank will calculate an amount and ask you to make certain payment of amount every month. Have you heard of this? Every month you will have to make certain amount of payment, which is called as EMI, equated monthly installments. Equated monthly installments. Now I'll ask you a very simple question. Think of it and tell me. Let's say right now the EMI amount is, let's say, 40,000 rupees. Now the bank will introduce a new loan product where bank says EMI we will not ask you to pay 40,000. We will introduce a new housing loan where EMI can be as low as 10,000 rupees. Where EMI can be as small as 10,000 rupees. Now if a bank will offer this kind of a loan product, simple question, will the number of loans taken by the people increase or decrease? Let me know. Right? Until now, every bank used to provide a loan where it could be, let's say, 40,000, 30,000. Now, one bank will come and tell you, I will give you an offer where you can simply pay EMI of only 10,000 rupees. Not more than that. You can pay only 10,000. Don't you think the loans within this housing sector will increase? Loans within this housing sector or housing loan product will increase. Now, on the other side, can we look at the other side as well? Now the banks will simply say 40,000, no, that is also not possible. We will offer loan products where EMI is only 60,000. Lowest is 60,000, right? 60,000, 65,000, 70,000. Now if the EMI component is increased, will the loans taken by the people, will it increase or decrease? It will decrease. Any problem in understanding this? What are we doing? RBI through these kind of requirements will either increase the credit flow or decrease the credit flow only in specific sectors. We can simply target specific sectors. That is basically the second tool, regulation of consumer credit. RBI can introduce a new tool or issue a directive to the banks wherein the banks will have to change the EMI component or reduce the number of installments so that the loans issued will increase or decrease in specific sectors. That is regulation of consumer credit. Third one, variation of margin requirements. Variation of margin requirements. What is the idea of margin requirement? Let me go back to the basic idea again, housing loan. You will go to a bank, apply for a housing loan. Let's say the value of the house is 1 crore rupees. Right? Let's say the value of the house is 1 crore. Now please understand this very carefully. Point number one, the bank will never give you 1 crore rupee loan. I'll repeat the statement here. The bank will never give you 1 crore rupee loan. Why? Right? The bank will never give you the same value of the asset that you want to purchase in the form of loan. Which means if they give it, then they are taking very high amount of risk. So what they will do? They'll simply say, if the house value that you want to purchase is 1 crore rupee, I will give you 70% of this in the form of loan. 70% of this in the form of loan, which means you will get 70 lakh rupees loan, and can I simply say remaining 30 lakh rupees, 30 lakh rupees you will have to make the payment from your pocket. From your pocket. And when I say from your pocket, do not literally imagine from pocket you will take out 30 lakh. No. From your own money, you will have to pay 30 lakh rupees. Any problem here? Now this 30 lakh rupees is basically called as a margin. This 30 lakh rupees is called as margin. That is how much your own money you will have to pay in addition to the loan that the bank will give. Now follow this very carefully. The bank will change the regulations. Now it will not be 30 lakh rupees, right? Now the margin will become 50 lakh rupees. On a loan product, again, if you want to talk in terms of percentages, here the margin requirement was 30%. Any problem here? The margin requirement was 30%. Now I'll ask you a simple question. If the bank will increase the margin requirement to 50%, tell me, the loans taken, will they increase or decrease? Simple idea, right? I'm not taking very difficult concepts also. With the rise in the margin requirement, will the loans issued increase or decrease? It will go down. It will basically decrease. And vice versa, rather than 30%, if the margin requirement becomes 5%, think of it. If the margin requirement becomes 5%, then don't you think many people will run to the bank in order to take loans? Now, can I simply say, using the margin requirements, we can either ensure in specific sectors loans will increase or loans will decrease. That is basically one more tool under the qualitative head, variation of margin requirements. So done. These are three very, very important things. Three very, very important things. Right? One is the PSL, rationing of the credit. Second one is the concept of variation of margin requirement. And the third one is variation of the consumer credit. These three are very important under qualitative. Other things, just understand the logic here. Fourth one is a direct action. Fifth one is a moral suasion. Sixth one is a publicity. Okay, the fourth one is a direct action. Fifth one is a moral suasion. Sixth one is publicity. Let me start with the fifth one here. What do you mean by moral suasion? RBI governor will simply send a notice to a bank. RBI governor in a meeting will warn the banks. RBI governor will basically tell the banks to follow the guidelines. That is called as moral suasion. Right? Basically, under this, RBI will ask the banks to cooperate and implement various credit policies that are decided by RBI. RBI will warn, RBI can send a notice to the bank, RBI can simply tell the banks, you are not doing this, please do it, etc., etc., etc. Right? That is called as moral suasion. Now imagine RBI governor, you are the RBI governor, I am a bank, you are asking me to follow a PSL of 40%. You are asking me to introduce a new policy that was directed by you. You will ask me, you will warn me, I will not do that. Right? I will not follow your guidelines. Then what you will do? You will basically take direct action. If I do not follow these policies of RBI, RBI will initiate one more process called as direct action. Under direct action, RBI will start penalizing these banks which will not follow the policies of the RBI. Is the logic okay? First warn them, persuade them, right? Try to basically ask them to follow the guidelines. Even after that, if they don't follow the guidelines, then penalize them. Very often in the newspapers, you will come across articles where RBI says, I'm going to impose a 2 crore penalties on bank X. I'm going to impose 1 crore rupee penalty on bank Y. I'm going to impose 50 lakh rupee penalty on Bank Z. What is that? It is basically the implication of direct action. So moral suasion, after that, direct action. And finally, the publicity. I'll show you two articles which have appeared in different newspapers. Do not by heart it. Don't waste your time. UPSC will not ask you to draw the picture of Mr. Amitabh Bachchan. Don't worry. Now, please have a look at this. Please have a look at the two advertisements which have come and tell me what is RBI trying to do here. Think of it. Right? Please have a look at these two advertisements. Please do not buy at anything. What is RBI trying to do? Can I simply say RBI is trying to educate consumers, customers in the market? Let me know. RBI is trying to educate, create awareness amongst customers or the bank customers in the market. That is called as publicity. Simple. That is called as publicity. Why should you provide awareness amongst the customers? Because you should know what are the duties of the bank. I hope you understand. You should know what are the duties of the bank. Only when you know what are the duties, what are the obligations of the bank, only then you can question, you can hold the banks accountable. For example, imagine you have transferred certain amount, right? Using a bank app, you have transferred certain amount to your friend. But even after 4 hours, 5 hours, after 20 hours also, your friend has not received the amount. Then don't you think it is the duty of the bank to ensure that your money will be credited back into your account? But how will you come to know that that is it? That is the duty of the bank. Because many of the times you will feel you only made certain mistake. That is why RBI will create lot of awareness amongst the bank customers. RBI will create a lot of awareness amongst banking customers by following a tool called as publicity. Right, so this is basically the seventh tool, the publicity. Okay, so these are the 7 tools under the instruments of credit control. So this is in totality about monetary policy. Right, so monetary policy has 2 sets of tools, qualitative and quantitative. In quantitative, we have discussed CRR, repo, reverse repo, STF. Right, one more was there, because we have discussed already. I have not discussed under the quantitative. Open market operation. Do you remember that? Open market operation. Open market operation is a type of quantitative set of tool. Right, yesterday while discussing the concept of operation twist, before that we have discussed what is the idea of a open market operation. Under open market operation, RBI will either sell or purchase G securities in the market so that the regulation of money supply will happen in the economy. That is also a type of a quantitative set of tool. After that, we have discussed a qualitative set of tools. Today we have discussed that. One is called as a rationing of credit. Second one is a variation of consumer credit. Third one is a variation of margin requirement. Then we have discussed moral suasion, direct action, and publicity. So these are basically the quantitative as well as qualitative set of tools. Now, before I go forward, whenever I say RBI will decide the monetary policy, I'll start speaking technically now. Until very recently, I repeat, until very recently, it was only RBI which used to decide what should we do for interest rates, what should we do with the repo rates. But what Government of India has done is, they have introduced a new concept of Monetary Policy Committee. Monetary Policy Committee, MPC, in short, MPC. Monetary Policy Committee consists of 6 members. MPC consists of 6 members. Out of these 6 members, 3 are from RBI, 3 are from Reserve Bank of India, and remaining 3 are experts appointed by Government of India. Experts appointed by Government of India. So 3 are from RBI. Of course, when I say 3 are from RBI, anybody has a doubt whether the RBI governor will be there or not. Please understand, RBI governor is there, but apart from RBI governor, two more officials from RBI are there. So 3 from RBI, 3 experts appointed by Government of India. That is basically the 6 members, right, who will take a decision regarding should repo be increased, should repo be decreased, etc., etc., etc. That is the role of the Monetary Policy Committee now. Now, whenever the decision has to be made, the Monetary Policy Committee will take a decision by majority. Remember this point as well. Right? Whenever the Monetary Policy Committee has to take a decision, it takes a decision based on majority. But there is one key term here. When you say majority and you have a composition of 6 members, what if 3 will agree, 3 will disagree? I hope you understand. What if 3 will agree and what will happen if 3 disagree? That is basically 3 plus 3. In such cases, always remember this. RBI governor, who is the chairperson of the Monetary Policy Committee, will be given 1 extra vote. I hope you understand this. Monetary Policy Committee, it is chaired. Who is the chairperson of Monetary Policy Committee? It is the RBI governor. Right? RBI governor is given 1 extra vote to break the deadlock. To basically break the deadlock that has happened now, RBI governor will be given 1 extra vote. That is basically the concept of Monetary Policy Committee. Done? Now, can I go to the next one? Can I go to the next one? Any issues so far? Why is the decision-making power of RBI decreased? Who said RBI power has been decreased? You tell me. Right? Can you see anywhere where I have told RBI power has decreased? You let me know. What is PSL? Priority sector lending. Priority sector lending simply means certain percentage of loans which are issued by the banks will have to be issued in specific sectors, and these sectors are decided by RBI. That is agriculture, housing, startups, weaker sections of the society, etc., etc., etc. Okay. And what I've discussed right now is basically rationing of credit. I've discussed PSL, that there's a question, repeat rationing of credit. Same thing I've discussed. Penalty is imposed on only by not following RBI. Does it can be varied by bank? Again, I don't understand the question. Please let me know. For what purpose MPC was formed? Right? MPC has been formed in order to promote efficiency in the system, transparency in the system. For example, if you have been reading newspapers, that's the reason. You'll have to read newspapers, my dear. Otherwise, you will not understand all of this. If you're reading newspapers, after the Monetary Policy Committee review meeting is over, you will come across one article which says which member supported rise in the repo rate, which member said what, which member opposed the rise in the repo rate, what was the viewpoint, etc., etc. We have increased transparency in the decision making now. We have increased transparency. That's the whole idea of Monetary Policy Committee. Okay, done. Let's go forward. Money supply, monetary aggregates. Okay, money supply or monetary aggregates. Now, first and foremost, understand the example here. Imagine you are the RBI governor. Now, please tell me on what basis will you decide to increase the repo rate or decrease the repo rate? On what basis will you decide to increase CRR or decrease CRR? Tell me. Many of you simply say, sir, inflation. Agreed. Let's say inflation rate is 4%. Many of you simply start typing inflation. I'll throw a googly at you now. What if inflation is 4%? Now tell me, what will you do? Will you increase the repo rate or will you decrease the repo rate? You cannot decide only by looking at the inflation. There is a term called as the money supply, monetary aggregates in the economy. How much is the money supply in the economy? Using that, you will determine should you increase the repo rate or decrease the repo rate. Now, let's start. The measurement of money supply in the economy. I repeat, the measurement of how much money is getting circulated in the economy is done by RBI using 5 indicators. M0, M1, M2, M3 and M4. I repeat, measurement of how much money is there in the circulation in the economy is done by using 5 indicators: M0, M1, M2, M3 and M4. And please understand, when I say money in the circulation, money that is getting circulated in the economy, there's a slight calculation here. Let me explain it. What is this idea for M0? M0 is referred to as high powered money or monetary base. High powered money or monetary base. High powered money or monetary base. Now I'll tell a statement. Most of you will start asking a question. Listen to the lecture very carefully. M0 in simple terms represents liabilities of RBI. I'll repeat the statement. M0 in simple represents liabilities of RBI. Now, what are the liabilities of RBI? The first point should be very, very simple to you. Government of India will keep a deposit with RBI. The banks will keep a deposit with RBI. Tell me, is it liability or not? Simple, by the way. Is it liability of RBI or not? Of course, yes. And point number 2, currency in circulation. Currency in circulation. Now, this is where most of the students will get stuck up. Currency in circulation, that is any coin, any note that has been issued, distributed in the market, all of them are counted as a liability of RBI. Now, one point that I can simply tell you is, I'll explain it. But if you find the explanation very, very difficult, do not by heart this table. This is the balance sheet of RBI. This is basically the balance sheet of RBI. Commerce students will be very happy because they're going back to their college. Whenever you talk about balance sheet, I said on one side we will represent assets and the other side will represent liabilities. Now please look at it. Right side you will have assets, and this is how, right, you are taught this is how RBI even will represent it. Right side assets are represented and the left side liabilities are represented. Now I want you to focus only on one component. Tell me where the money that is distributed, currency that is issued by RBI, under which side it is given. Is it given under the liability side or is it given under the asset side? Please have a look at it. Right, the picture is there right in front of you. The money that is issued by RBI, right, that is distributed by RBI, that is either the coins or the notes. Which side is it represented? Now, this is very surprising to me. Okay, this is very surprising to me because most of you are basically saying the asset side. No, it is liability side. It is liability side. It is always represented in the liability side. Do not worry about issue department here. It is represented in the liability side. Why? I'll tell you. Why? I'll tell you. Follow this very carefully. Imagine your RBI governor. Follow this discussion very carefully. Imagine your RBI governor. You have printed 100 rupee note. You want that 100 rupee note to be supplied in the market. Now what you will do? I am a bank. You will give that 100 rupee note to me, and in return I have to give you something. All of you will agree with me? In return I'll have to give something to you. Right? You will not simply give 100 rupee. You are not doing charity. You will give me 100 rupee note and I'll give you a bond like this. I will give you a bond like this. Tell me, when you take this bond, is the bond asset or a liability for you? Think of it. Think of it. You have given 100 rupee to me. I will give a bond to you, which means you have purchased a bond. Is this bond an asset or a liability for you? You are RBI, by the way. Arey Baba, this is very surprising. Many of you are saying it is a liability for you. How? No, my dear, this becomes an asset for you. You have purchased it, right? How difficult is it? You have purchased this. This bond belongs to you. Bond is an asset or liability for you? It is an asset for you. Right? Let me know. Any difficulty in understanding this? Otherwise, right, look at another example. Look at another example. You have 100 rupee. Forget about RBI. Forget about everything. You have 100 rupee. You will come to the market and you will give that 100 rupee to me and you will purchase this gold ring. You'll purchase this gold ring that I'm wearing. Again, you'll not get 100 rupee within 100 rupee gold ring. Or you will purchase a land by paying 100 rupee. Now the land or the gold ring, is it a liability or asset for you? I hope you understand. That is an asset for you. Apply the same logic to RBI, no? Any difficulty now? Any difficulty at least now? Apply the same logic to RBI. RBI has printed 100 rupee. RBI will give that 100 rupee to me. I'm a bank. I will give this bond to RBI. RBI will purchase this bond. This bond becomes an asset for RBI. Now, if this bond is asset, the equivalent value, automatically I'll write it as a liability. Okay? That is how the balance sheet works. I repeat, that is how the balance sheet works. If you are entering a liability, equivalent value of asset should be there. That's the reason, right? The currencies that are issued by RBI, notes that are issued by RBI are given under the concept of liabilities. They are given under the idea of liabilities. Now, please have a look at it and tell me, is M0 okay with all of you? M0, it is also referred to as a high powered money. You will understand why this is called as high powered money. Have patience. Right, so it is called as a high powered money or monetary base. High powered money or a monetary base. But what are the components of M0? M0 has a components of currency in circulation plus bankers deposits with RBI, government deposits with RBI. That is M0. Now let me go to M1. Let me go to M1. Now imagine I have 100 rupee. Okay. Imagine I have 100 rupee. Now I'll take this 100 rupee. Can I simply say, I will use this 100 rupee to keep, let's say, cash with me. Certain amount of this 100 rupee, I'll keep it in the form of cash with me. And second, let's say I'll keep a cash of 20 rupee. And second, remaining 80 rupees. Out of 80 rupees, I'll keep 50 rupees in the savings deposit. And remaining 30 rupees, I'll keep it in the form of fixed deposit. Fixed deposit. Okay, 50 rupees, I'll keep it in the form of savings deposit. And 30 rupees, I'll keep it in the form of fixed deposit. And remaining 20 rupees, I'll keep it with myself in the form of cash. I'll number them. I'll call this as 1. I'll call this as 2. I'll call this as 3. Now, please look at it and tell me, is it okay? Can I say 1 and 2 have a very high liquidity? Let me know. 1 and 2 have a very, very high liquidity. Whereas 3, if you keep 1 and 2 on one side and take 3, 3 has lesser liquidity or lower liquidity. 3 has lesser liquidity or lower liquidity. Right? Please remember this. Now look at M1. M1 is currency held by the public plus demand deposits with the banks plus other deposits with RBI. Other deposits, right? Let's say Government of India's deposits with RBI. Now, what is the representation of M1? M1 and M2 both are referred to as narrow money. I'll repeat. M1 and M2 both are referred to as narrow money. Now, what do you mean by narrow money? Narrow money represents that money in the economy, the amount of money in the economy which carries very high liquidity. I'll repeat it again. Narrow money represents that money in the economy which has or which carries very high amount of liquidity. Now, please look at M1. Whatever are the components of M1, do they carry very high liquidity or not? Right, let me know. Do they carry very high liquidity or not? For example, currency held by the public. I'm talking about 1. Currency held by the public, nothing but I'm talking about 1 here. Demand deposits that are there with the banking sector, I'm talking about 2. Other deposits with RBI. Let's say Government of India has kept a deposit with RBI. Again, demand deposits, kind of demand deposits. are they, right, having very high liquidity or not? Answer is yes. So there is lot of money in the circulation. Banks will have fixed deposits as well as the demand deposits. Can I count fixed deposits under M1? Answer is no. Why? In case of fixed deposits, the liquidity feature of a fixed deposit is lower. So out of the total money in the circulation, I am not counting that money which has a lower liquidity. I am counting that money which has higher liquidity. Right? That is M1. And there is one more component within, right? In addition to the M1 here, M2. What is this idea for M2? Take M1 as it is and add post office savings deposit. Post office savings deposit. Now, many of you will ask, sir, why? Why are you taking post office savings deposit separately? I'll tell you a very simple idea regarding this. Only one reason is sufficient. RBI simply says the postal deposits. Again, do not imagine today's post office. You're talking about 1990s post office deposits. So the post office deposits that the people keep, the post office deposits have higher liquidity compared to time deposits, but lesser liquidity compared to demand deposits in a bank. I'll repeat the statement. I'll repeat it again. RBI simply says, and that's fact. RBI simply says the post office deposits that the people keep money in, they have higher liquidity compared to time deposits, but lesser liquidity compared to demand deposits. And that is the precise reason we will count post office deposits separately into, right, and add this to M1, get M2. Shall I go to the next one? Any problem with this? Shall I go to the next one? So M1 and M2 are called as narrow money. But tell me, M1 and M2, does it represent overall money supply in the economy? Right? Does M1 and M2 represent total money that is being supplied in the whole economy? Total money that is getting circulated? Of course, no. Right? There is one more component. What is the component that we have not yet counted? The time deposits. So what we will introduce is M3. We'll add one more component to this, that is M3. M3, we will take M1 as it is, plus we will add time deposits. Plus we will simply add time deposits. Because until now, we did not count time deposits in the M1 as well as M2. But this is also part of money supply in the economy. We'll count it as a part of M3. And finally, M4. Right, because in M3 we have not counted post office deposits. So we will calculate one more indicator, that is M4. We'll take M3 plus post office savings deposit. Now M3 and M4, it is called as broad money. M3 and M4, it is referred to as broad money. Done? This is how the measurement is done. This is how the total amount of money that is getting circulated in the economy will be calculated by Reserve Bank of India. And I hope you understand when I say banks will circulate this money. For example, do you remember this? Yesterday we have discussed this. Do you remember this example? Right, I told you with the idea of a fractional reserve system, with the concept of fractional reserve system, the banks will be able to collect the deposits and they'll be able to circulate the money, right? And this creation of money is called as a commercial bank money. So the banks in case of India follow a fractional reserve system method, and using that method, they will circulate money. They will create credit, circulate the money in the economy. So M1, M2 is called as a narrow money, and M3 and M4, it is called as a broad money. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, why should we understand all of it? I'll give you a very simple example. Think of it. I'll ask you a question, by the way. I'll give a very simple example. Imagine, understand this carefully. Imagine people, right, have certain amount of money. You're the RBI governor, right? Imagine you're the RBI governor. Now you want to take a decision. Should we increase the repo rate? Should we decrease the repo rate, etc.? You want to take a decision. Now you will look at the monetary aggregates, M1, M2, M3 and M4. And I'll tell you one very important point here. although we have 5 aggregates, we have 5, M0, M2, M1, M2, M3 and M4. Out of 5, I would bet my money on M0, M1 and M3. I'll repeat the statement. Out of all these 5, please focus on M0, M1 and M3. Why? I'll tell you. Post office deposits on one side and bank on the other side. Now you tell me, will the banks circulate money in the economy, or post offices deposits will be used for circulation of money in the economy? Think of it. It's a very simple idea, by the way. Post offices have collected money. Post offices are under the government of India. Post offices are on one side, banks are on the other side. Will the banks, when they collect a deposit, will they use this deposit to create credit, or post offices will create credit? All of you will agree, banks? Any problem here? All of you, right, are basically agreeing that banks will do this. Now, where are the banks accounted for? Don't you think rather than clubbing the bank deposit with post office deposits, it makes more sense to target bank deposits only? I hope you understand this, right? That is the reason I said M0 anyways is important. M1, bank deposits are there, postal deposits are not there, bank deposits are there, important. M3, bank deposits are there, post office deposits are not there, again I will say M3 is important, right? That is the precise reason, right? That's a precise reason M0, M1, M3 are very, very important. Now let me ask you a very simple question. When you are the RBI governor, you want to take a decision either to increase or decrease the interest rates, either to increase or decrease interest rates, and you will have this data. M1 is very high, M3 is very less. What is your understanding? Think of it. M1 is very high, M3 is very less. What is your understanding? Right? What is the inference you will draw? Now, understand the logic here. Some of you are answering it correctly, right? Those who are getting a doubt, let me explain it. M1, it represents a narrow money in the market. That is money which has a very, very high liquidity, which means people are either holding the money in the form of cash, or they are keeping money in the bank deposit, specifically the savings bank account. Now, one more point I'll add here. Let's say you have 100 rupee. You will keep it either in the form of a savings bank account, or you'll keep it in the form of, right, let's say fixed deposit. Now, is it okay if I say, if you have a demand for expenditure, very soon you're thinking of spending money, maybe in the next month, maybe in the next week, maybe after 10 days, you will not choose a fixed deposit, you will choose a savings bank account to keep the 100 rupee. Any problem with this? Any problem with this? Now, is it okay if I say the 100 rupee, if you keep it in the form of a savings bank account, means you want to spend money. You want to spend money, or else, right, rather than keeping it in the bank, you will hold it in the form of a cash. What is the reason? You want to spend money. And on the other hand, rather than spending, or rather than keeping it in the form of a cash or savings bank account, you will keep this 100 rupee in a fixed deposit. What is the meaning of it? Can I simply say, it simply means people are not going to spend 100 rupees now, maybe after 100 days, maybe after 555 days, maybe after 1 year, they will use this money to spend in the market. Now, don't you think that gives a very, very good indication to you as an RBI governor? Think of it. That gives a very, very good indication to you as an RBI governor. That is, if M1 is very high, M3 is lower, and inflation rate is already high. Think of it. Inflation rate is already very high. Tell me now, will you increase the money supply? I hope you understand the importance of this. I'll repeat it again. M1 is very high, M3 is lower. M3 is not increasing by much. It is lower. You are the RBI governor and I'm saying inflation rate is very high. Will you basically increase the money supply? That is, will you reduce repo? Will you reduce repo? If you reduce repo, inflation is very high. People are willing to spend a lot of money already in the market. Further, you have increased the money supply. It will cause more and more inflation. Right? Now, don't you think these kind of indicators will help RBI governor, that is Monetary Policy Committee, in deciding should we reduce interest rates, should you increase interest rates, etc., etc. Any problem with this? That's the reason you should study these indicators. I repeat, that's the reason you should study these indicators. Right? Can we go to the next one? Now, this is my concern. Right? I'm very much upset with some of you people, and I'll tell you why. Did we not discuss liquidity yesterday? Let me know. Many of you simply saying, teacher is not responding to my question. My dear, did we not discuss liquidity yesterday? Your duty is to revise. If you do not revise and come to the class just like that, you expect teacher to teach everything. Then whatever I've taught in the last 8 sessions, I'll start from today. Tell me. I'll start from definition of economics, because some of you will say, I've not revised. You revise it for me. I will start from definition of economics. Again, we will take another 8 classes to come where we are. Again, some of the people will ask, I did not revise. You tell me again. Again, we'll start from the definition. What is the point then? I hope you understand. What is the point? Right? So that's the reason you will have to revise, my dear. If you don't revise, then everything becomes very difficult for you. Any problem with this? Any problem? Let me know. Any issue? Sir, you have written 1 and 2 have high liquidity here. 1 refers to M0 or M1. My dear, I've simply written, right, that's the reason. Understand this. Currency in circulation basically refers to what? Currency that is printed by RBI. Okay. Currency in circulation means what? Currency that is printed by RBI. I told you 100 rupee, I can keep it in the form of a cash. I can keep it in the form of a deposit. This cash is nothing but currency held by the public. The cash, that is basically the cash held by me, refers to currency held by public. Okay. M1 and M2. I'll repeat it again. Right? I'll start from the beginning, start from the top, follow this very carefully. Imagine RBI has printed this 100 rupee. RBI has printed this 100 rupee. RBI will give it in the market. I have this 100 rupee. Can I simply say 100 rupee is part of currency in circulation? Any difficulty? 100 rupee is nothing but currency in circulation. Can I go forward? Can I go forward? Now, I have this 100 rupee. Now imagine I'll get 10 rupee changes of it. So what I'll do? Out of this 100 rupee, which are there in 10 rupee currencies now, I'll keep 20 rupees with myself, that is cash. I'll keep 50 rupees in the bank in the form of a savings bank account, and I'll keep remaining 30 rupees in the form of a FD. Now what I said was, I've numbered them 1, 2 and 3. All the 3 do not carry same liquidity in the market. All the 3 do not carry same liquidity. The money that is there with me in the form of a cash, 50 rupees that is there in the form of savings account, they will have very high liquidity. And the fixed deposit 30 rupees has much lower liquidity. Now what I'll do? I will find out how many people are holding cash, how many banks are holding how much demand deposits. That is called as narrow money. Is it okay? That is called as narrow money. And if you ask me, sir, why is RBI counting all of it? Just now I've told you, why should RBI governor know what is M1, what is M3, so that they can take a decision to increase interest rates or to decrease interest rates. Don't ask me that now. Right, sir? Why should RBI calculate how much bank deposits are there? Because RBI needs to know should they increase or decrease interest rates, my dear. That's a reason. So what I said was, we'll simply take this money in, right, the whole economy, we'll divide them into two parts: narrow money, broad money. And I said narrow money will carry very high liquidity, broad money will carry lesser liquidity. Now when you say narrow money, right, the first component is M1. M1 basically will count how much cash is there with the public, cash, plus demand deposits that we have kept with the banks, plus what are the other deposits which are held with other banks. I'm sorry, deposits held with RBI, such as, for example, I said government deposits with RBI. Now, there is one more adjustment that you need to do. What is the other adjustment? People will save money not only to keep deposits in the bank, they will also keep deposits with post offices. But understand the difference between post office deposit and a bank deposit. A bank will issue loans. All of you will agree? A bank will issue loans. But please tell me, post office deposits, will the post office issue loans to you? Answer is no. That is the reason we will have to count one more component in the narrow money, that is M2, M1 plus post office savings deposit. I used a simple statement of RBI. RBI says post office deposits are more liquid compared to time deposits, but less liquid compared to demand deposits held in the bank. Right? That is basically narrow money. Then we will also calculate, right? Because narrow money doesn't represent overall money in the circulation. I hope you understand. Narrow money doesn't count overall money in the circulation. What about fixed deposits? What about time deposits? That's the reason we will calculate M3 as well as M4. In M3, I'll take M1 as it is, add time deposits. And in M4, I'll take M3 and add post office savings deposits. Right? So that is basically the monetary aggregates, money supply in the economy. Now, I'll add one more term here, the concept of money multiplier. The idea of money multiplier. What is the idea for money multiplier? Simple example. I'm a bank. You will keep a deposit of 100 rupees with me. Can you see this 100 rupee? You will keep a deposit of 100 rupees with me. Now, don't you think I will use this 100 rupee to issue loan? Assuming I'll keep 0 rupee reserves. Don't say, sir, what about reserves, etc., etc. Right? Let's say reserves are 10 rupee. I'll keep 10 rupee in the form of reserves. Remaining 90 rupees, I'll issue it in the form of loan. Now, the other person, I'm basically talking about this. Right? The other person will take the 90 rupees, deposit in the second bank. Now, the second bank will also keep reserves and issue 81 rupee in the form of loan. Now, I hope you remember this. In this example, RBI has printed only 100 rupee. I'll repeat the statement. In this example, RBI has printed only 100 rupee. But because of the fractional reserve system, the total amount of money in the circulation will be more than 100 rupee. Any problem? Let me know. Right? I'll repeat it again. RBI has printed only 100 rupee, but because of the fractional reserve system, the money that is there totally in the circulation is more than 100 rupees. Any problem? Can I go to the next point here? Can I go to the next point? Right? Because RBI has printed only 100. I will collect it. I'll collect it. Or how? Right? How? My dear, if you have only this 100 rupee, I'll keep it with you. You are a bank. You will issue a loan to, let's say, right, somebody else. Let's say 100 rupees. Don't worry even about reserves. You will issue a loan of 100 rupee to somebody else. With you, how much is the deposit? 100 rupee. Tell me now. Your bank one, how much is the deposit with you? 100 rupee. Now the other person who has taken a loan of 100, will purchase a product, right? And obviously will pay 100 rupees to the seller. The seller now will take the 100 rupee, go to the bank, deposit 100 rupee in the second bank. How much is the deposit with the second bank? 100 rupee. Now tell me, how many notes have been printed? Think of it. How many notes have been printed in this example? Only one note. 100 rupee note has been printed. But how much is the total money in this example? How much is the total money in the circulation in this example? In this example, total money in the circulation is 200. Any difficulty now? Any difficulty now? Right? That is what exactly I'm saying. And this is the third time we are discussing the same idea since yesterday. The basic idea is RBI has printed 100 rupee. But the total money in the circulation in the whole economy will be much, much higher than 100 rupee. Reason is very simple. Fractional reserve system. Fractional reserve system. That is the precise reason. Now understand this very carefully. We will use all of this to calculate an indicator called as a money multiplier. Money multiplier. Now can I simply say money multiplier, one way to find out, I'll tell you the meaning of it. Money multiplier simply means using reserve money. I'll repeat the statement. Using reserve money, how much can be the maximum amount of money circulation in the economy? Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Using the reserve money, what is the maximum amount of money circulation that we can achieve in the economy? How do I calculate it? In this example, I've taken only 2 steps. I'm talking about this. Is it okay? I'm talking about this. I've taken only 2 steps. How much is the total money which is getting circulated in the economy? 200 rupees. How much is the reserve money? Reserve money is 100 rupees. Now can I simply say in this example, right, whatever is the reserve money, the total money supply will be twice the reserve money. Let me know. I'm talking about this example, by the way. Focus only on the example. In this example, reserve money is 100. Total deposits in the banking sector is 200 rupees. Can I simply say, right, the money multiplier will be twice. Meaning whatever is the money printed by RBI, issued in the market, twice that amount will be the total money circulated in the economy. Now, how do I write it in the formula? Money multiplier is equal to, this is what RBI uses, M3 upon M0. Let me know, does it make sense to you? Money multiplier is equal to M3 upon M0. And many of you will ask me, sir, why not M4? Please apply what you have learned earlier. Banks will create loans. Banks will create credit. Right? Post office deposits don't do that. Banks will create credit. That is the precise reason. M3, what are the components of M3? M3 will have cash held by the public, cash held by all of us, plus, right, the bank deposits and other deposits with RBI. Any problem with this? What are the components of M3? Cash held by the public plus bank deposits. Either it could be a time deposit as well as a demand deposit. Right? So M3 by M0 will give you the money multiplier. Right? Which, let's say hypothetically, if money multiplier is 5 times. Let's say money multiplier is 5 times. That is, RBI on one side will calculate M0. Let's say hypothetically M0 is 100 crore rupees. But M3 is, let's say, 500 crore rupees. M3 is 500 crore rupees. Then basically you will be able to say that the total money in the circulation in the economy is 5 times the money printed or the reserve money of RBI. Now this is, right, the money multiplier. Now many of you, I'm pretty sure you have typed in the Google just to check me whether I'm correct or not. In the Google they will say it is M1 upon M0. This is also money multiplier. But tell me, please understand the logic here. This is also money multiplier. But tell me, will M1 count all the deposits in the banking sector? Think of it. Right? Will M1 count all the deposits in the banking sector? That is also money multiplier. But we are not looking at the broad money. We are looking at narrow money. We are simply looking at narrow money. Right? M1 by M0 is also money multiplier, but it is a narrow representation of money multiplier. That's the reason one more representation of money multiplier is M3 upon M0. Okay? Right? This is basically used by Reserve Bank of India. And this is also very important. I'll tell you, understand this idea. This is also very important. Why? If money multiplier is 5 times, let's say if money multiplier is 5 times, if RBI reduces a CRR, what percentage? Don't worry. If RBI reduces CRR and as a result of this, bank has extra 1 crore rupee to lend, can I now say that because of this, the total money in the circulation may increase by 5 crore rupees? Let me know. I'll repeat it again. Right? If money multiplies 5 times and RBI will reduce a CRR, and imagine only one bank will get extra 1 crore rupees to lend now, it simply means the overall money supply in the economy would increase by 5 crore rupees. Now, don't you think as an RBI governor, this is also equally important for you? Think of it. Don't you think as an RBI governor, you should also know what is the impact of your policy making? That is, if you reduce the repo by 1%, it's not just how much money is available, because there's a money multiplier. I hope you understand this. Let me give a very simple idea here. All these are very, very optional level, right, understandings, but understand the logic here. Imagine your RBI governor, you will reduce the repo by certain percentage. And as a result of this, a bank will take a loan of 5 crores from you. Do you think only this number is important for you? Think of it. Do you think only this number, how much loan has been taken by the bank, only this is relevant? Of course, no. What if money multiplier is 10 times? What if money multiplier is 10 times? It simply means at the maximum level, if everything works out, the total amount of money in the circulation will increase by 50 crores now. Right? That is the reason RBI will also calculate what is the money multiplier. Right? So what is M0? Important. What is M1? Important. What is M3? Important. What is money multiplier? Also important for Reserve Bank of India. Done? Right? These are the various tools that are used by Reserve Bank of India to calculate, to decide should they increase repo rate, should they decrease repo rate, should they reduce CRR, should they increase SLR, etc., etc., etc. Okay? Done. Now, what are the other functions of RBI? What are the other functions of RBI? RBI will work as a banker to banks. Understand my statement here. RBI will work as a banker to banks. Means what? The banks can always approach RBI and borrow from RBI. I'll repeat the statement. What do you mean by banker to banks? The banks can always approach RBI and borrow from RBI. Right? And that is also the reason why RBI is referred to as Bank of Last Resort. RBI is also referred to as Bank of Last Resort. Now, what do you mean by Bank of Last Resort? Understand this very carefully. Imagine you're running a bank for whatever reasons, there is a crisis in the bank. That is, today you do not have sufficient deposits. Today you do not have sufficient amount of money. You can always approach RBI and take a loan from RBI. And that is the precise reason, right? This is called as a Bank of Last Resort. Bank of Last Resort. Done? Right? So banks can always approach RBI, borrow from RBI. There are tools. For example, repo is there. Reverse repo is there. Right? Again, of course, under reverse repo, liquidity will come down. It's not a tool for borrowing. Repo is a tool for borrowing. Bank rate is there. Let me introduce one more tool to you, marginal standing facility. Marginal standing facility, MSF. Marginal standing facility. Now, what is the basic idea of a marginal standing facility? Now, understand this. Yesterday, this was there in the PPT. It was there in one of the slides, marginal standing facility. Now, let me explain it to you. The concept of marginal standing facility is the banks can approach RBI. Banks are allowed to borrow from RBI for overnight purposes. For overnight purposes. For only one day. In case of emergency, the banks can approach RBI and borrow for only one day, that is overnight purposes. Now, many of you start asking a question, sir, there is already a tool called as repo rate. There is already a tool called as a bank rate. Then why will the banks approach RBI to borrow only for overnight purposes? Now, let me ask you a counter question. You are the RBI governor. Will you give unlimited amount of loans under repo rate and bank rate? Let me know. How many of you think that will work out? You are the RBI governor. Will you provide unlimited amount of loans to the banks under repo and bank rate? Of course, no. No, right? It will never work out. If you say yes, my dear, then imagine if you decide to give unlimited amount of loans, one bank will simply will be standing in front of RBI every day to borrow. Right now, there is a limited amount. All of you will agree there is a limited amount of loans which are given by RBI to the banking sector. Now, imagine a bank has exhausted the limit under repo. Imagine the bank has exhausted, right, under bank rate. Now, they want to borrow only for shorter duration, only for one day. And many of you will ask me, sir, why? Why only for one day? My dear, what if today you are supposed to maintain SLR of 40 crore rupees? Think of it, possible or not? You are supposed to maintain SLR of 40, but it is 36 crore rupees. You are supposed to maintain SLR of 40 crore, but it is actually 36 crore. Right? Is there a possibility? Of course, yes. There are many instances wherein bank would require to borrow for a very, very short duration. In such situations, the banks will approach RBI, borrow for only overnight purposes. Now tell me, if you are going to borrow only for overnight purposes and right, RBI will give you a loan, will RBI charge a smaller, let's say, will RBI charge lesser than repo rate or higher than repo rate? Think of it. If you are the RBI governor, I will run to you and I'll simply say, sir, you wanted me to maintain SLR of 40 crore. I'm not able to do that. Give me 4 crore rupees only for today, so that in my report, I can say that I've maintained SLR. Will you charge a less than repo rate? No, you will charge a higher than repo rate. Higher than repo rate. That's the reason. Please remember this now. Is the sequencing okay with all of you? I'll write the sequence now. The most important policy tool for RBI will be repo. Most important policy tool for RBI will be repo, and there is a rate of interest. The standing deposit facility will be lower than repo. Reverse repo will be below STF, and above repo you will have marginal standing facility. You will also have bank rate. Any difficulty? Right? Most important policy tool is repo. The STF rate will be below repo, and the reverse repo rate will be below STF, and above repo you will have marginal standing facility as well as bank rate. Okay, right? That is basically the idea of, right, the what is that, marginal standing facility. Now, banker to bank, bank of last resort. Next one is, it is a regulator of banking sector. RBI is regulator of banking sector. Regulator means what? You want to start a bank, you will have to take a license from RBI. You want to open branches, you will have to take license from RBI. RBI will tell you how much percentage of the loans will go to agriculture sector, right? You want to close the bank, you will have to take the approval of RBI. So because RBI is the deciding authority, it is referred to as regulator of the banking sector. Next, RBI is also the manager. RBI is also a custodian, manager or custodian of forex reserves. Forex basically stands for foreign exchange reserves. I repeat, forex reserves stands for foreign exchange reserves. Now, whenever you talk about forex reserves, there are four components within the forex reserves. One is gold. RBI has purchased a lot of gold in the last 1 year. RBI holds huge amount of gold. Second one is SDR, special drawing right. And not just that, please read the next line. All of you, please read the next line, because you will start asking, what is SDR? Can you read what I've written here? Please read it. Third component is foreign currency assets. What do you mean by foreign currency asset? RBI will purchase dollars. RBI will keep dollars with itself. RBI would have purchased pound. RBI would have purchased euros, yen, etc. Plus, RBI will also purchase other governments' bonds. Other governments' bonds, not just government of India, other government bonds as well. US government bond, right? Let's say a UK government bond, Germany's government bonds, etc. All of these collectively are called as foreign currency assets, right? And the last one is reserve tranche. Again, it will be covered under IMF. When I take IMF, I'll cover point number 2 as well as a point number 4. And the sum total of all of them, it is called as forex reserves. And who will keep these forex reserves? Who will maintain? Who is the custodian of forex reserves? It is the Reserve Bank of India, which will maintain all these forex reserves. Done? Right? Can I go to the next one here? Can I go to the next one? Any difficulty? All these are the functions of RBI. All these are functions of Reserve Bank of India. Any difficulty? What is money multiplier? I'll repeat it again. Money multiplier represents what is the maximum amount of money circulation that can be increased by using the money base or monetary base. With a monetary base of 100 rupee, what can be the maximum amount of money circulation in the economy? That is basically money multiplier. What are foreign currency assets for? You will understand it later. Have patience. Have patience. You'll understand it later. Right? Again, I should not discuss this now, but let me ask you a very simple question. You are an exporter. You are an exporter. You will receive the payment in terms of dollars. And on the other hand, you are an importer. Let's say another example. You are an importer. You will have to make a payment in dollars. Now, how many of you think that RBI will print dollars in India? Let me know. How many of you believe that RBI has the right to print dollars? But when you want to pay the dollars to your exporter, from where do you think you will get dollars? Tell me. Right? Tell me, from where will you get these dollars from? Of course, you will get the dollars which are supplied by RBI in the market. But later you will understand it. Right? You will understand how dollars will come, how dollars will go out, etc., etc. Not today. We'll discuss that when I take up the idea of a exchange rate and international trade. Okay, let's start. The next concept, DICGC. DICGC. Now, what is this idea of a DICGC? Deposit Insurance Credit Guarantee Corporation. DICGC stands for Deposit Insurance Credit Guarantee Corporation. Now, Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation is a subsidiary. Subsidiary means a unit owned by Reserve Bank of India. Now, what is the use of a Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation? Let me give a very simple example. Imagine you have 1 crore rupees You will take this 1 crore rupees, go to a bank, keep it in the form of a deposit. Either a fixed deposit or a savings bank deposit, don't worry. Now, what if this bank will incur a loss and the bank will be shut down? The bank incurs a loss, the bank will close. Tell me who will provide the guarantees to your deposits? Simple idea. Who will provide the guarantees to the deposits? Right? That is where the RBI has established one authority by the name of DICGC. Deposit Insurance, look at the name itself. Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation. Now, what is the role of a DICGC? Every bank in India, every bank in the sense, imagine tomorrow you get a license from RBI to operate a bank. I'll repeat. Tomorrow, imagine you'll get a license from RBI to operate a bank. By default, when you get a license to operate a bank, by default, you will be covered under the Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation. Now, right, the bank, whenever they will collect the deposits, they will make a payment of a premium to DICGC, Deposit Insurance Credit Guarantee Corporation, and DICGC will provide insurance coverage, to the deposits in the bank. Now, please understand the next point here. Insurance coverage until now was 1 lakh rupees. That is, up to 1 lakh rupees, your deposits in the bank will be covered and that will be insured. But very recently, the insurance coverage, that is with effect from February 2020, Government of India has increased the insurance coverage to 5 lakh rupees. Right? The insurance coverage now, it is 5 lakh rupees. So up to 5 lakh rupees, your deposits that you have kept with the bank will be insured by the bank from DICGC. That is, right, after paying a premium of 12 paise for every 100 rupees. 12 paise for every 100 rupees, the bank will pay a premium and ensure that your deposits in the bank will be insured by DICGC. Now, what are the banks which are covered under this? All the public sector banks. Simple. All the public sector banks. All the private sector banks. Regional rural banks. Right? Cooperative banks, etc. All of them are covered under DICGC. But there is one point here. Please remember this. Primary cooperative societies. Primary cooperative societies. At the rural level, at the village level, there are certain credit institutions by the name of Primary Agriculture Credit Societies, PSCs. Primary Agriculture Credit Societies. These are basically societies. I hope you understand. These are not banks. These are societies. By the virtue of being a society, the deposits that are held with the PSCs will not be provided with insurance coverage by DICGC. Will not be provided with insurance by the DICGC authority. Done? So this is one more very important current affairs point. Right? Please be very careful. It is there in the discussion. It is there very often in the discussion. In fact, many of you are saying, sir, only 5 lakh rupees, it is very less. My dear, it was 1 lakh rupees earlier. Think of it. From 1993, it was fixed at 1 lakh rupees. Now, very recently, Government of India from 2020 has increased it to 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh rupees. 5 times it has been made. Right? That is basically the idea of a insurance coverage of your bank deposits. Okay? Done? Right? So, who will pay this insurance premium? The banks will pay the insurance premium. Customers are not supposed to pay this. Banks will pay the insurance premium. Okay? Right? So, this is the concept of DICGC, owned by, right, Reserve Bank of India. Next, concept of nationalization in the banking sector. Nationalization in the banking sector. Now, first and foremost, idea for nationalization. Do remember that. Nationalization simply means ownership is transferred to the government. I hope you remember that. Nationalization means ownership is transferred to the Government of India. Now, in case of India, the banks have been nationalized. That is, the private sector banks have been nationalized in 2 years. In 1 year, that is in 1970, 14 banks have been nationalized. In the second year, in 1980, 6 more banks have been nationalized. 6 more banks have been nationalized. Now, understand the logic here. Some of you will type it in the Google and tell me, sir, it is not 1970, right? My book says, Google says, he says, she says 1969. The concept as such was introduced in 1969, but there was a case, right? There was a Supreme Court case. Supreme Court of India cancelled the nationalization. Government of India again in 1970 had to reintroduce it. Simple idea, right? That's the reason I've written 1970 here. So in 1970, 14 banks were nationalized. In 1980, 6 more banks were nationalized. What were the reasons behind it? What were the reasons? Why did Government of India actually go for nationalization here? Let's start. Point number one. These were private sector banks. That is privately owned banks. By the virtue of being private sector banks, the focus of the private sector banks was more on cities rather than villages. And it makes perfect sense. For a private sector to focus on cities makes perfect sense. Why? The revenue, right? The incomes of the people in the cities is very higher. They'll be able to, right? They'll be able to collect more and more deposits, and they'll be able to give more loans, earn more profit. Compared to cities, don't you think in the villages, the amount of deposits that the banks can collect would be much, much lower? That is a precise reason. Looking at the profit motive, the focus of these private sector banks was more on bigger cities compared to villages. Now, what is the problem with that? If the cities is their focus, they will set up more branches in the cities who will provide loans to farmers. Think of it. Who will provide the loans to the farmers? Who will provide loans to, let's say, right, other types of smaller industries in the villages? Don't you think these types of promotional activities will not be done by the private sector? So that is the precise reason. That's a precise reason, right? Government of India stated that, okay, in such a situation, in such a case, let me target these private sector banks, let me nationalize them, and once they will come under my ownership, once they come under my ownership, I can simply force these banks to enter into villages, provide loans to the farmers, provide loans to smaller industries in the villages. So one, the banks were owned by the rich people, businessmen, etc., or private companies, and they focused only on urban areas, not on the rural areas. Loans were not reaching the needy, right, such as smaller industries, right, poor farmers, poor population, etc. Providing institutional credit is also very important for a very simple reason. Imagine here is a farmer. There is no bank in the village, and in the vicinity of, let's say, 15 kilometer, 20 kilometer, 50 kilometer also, there is no bank. Farmer wants a loan. Now, don't you think because of non-availability of a bank, farmer will go to, let's say, money lender and take a loan? Yes or no? Because the banks are not available, banks are not providing, right, these kind of products to the farmers. The farmer wants to borrow, the farmer will go to a money lender, borrow it from the money lender. The problem with this kind of a borrowing is rate of interest is very, very high. Rate of interest is very, very high. In fact, I'll quote an RBI report. As per RBI report, whenever in the rural parts, villages, loans are taken from non-institutions. I'll repeat it. In rural parts, when the loans are taken from non-institutions, non-institution means not from banks. You will take a loan from friends, you will take a loan from family member, you will take loan from a money lender, you'll take a loan from a zamindar, non-institutions. So in the rural parts of India, when the loans are taken from the non-institutions, rate of interest is very, very high. How much? As per RBI report, rate of interest generally is around 24% to 36%. Rate of interest is in the range of 24% to 36%. Don't you think that's a very, very exorbitant rate of interest? Very, very high rate of interest. And that will put a lot of burden on the farmer. And in that year, imagine, in that year, right, monsoon is very less. In that year, or let's say monsoon is very good, supply is very high. And if the farmer is a cultivator of a product such as, let's say, tomato, you tell me what will happen. If the farmer is a producer of a product such as tomato, what will happen to the market prices? Market prices will fall down to 2 rupees, 3 rupees. Can the farmer even recover the expenditure? No. Right? They will not be able to repay the loan at 24%. Right? That will force the farmer to borrow again at a very high rate of interest. That is called as a debt trap. That is basically the concept of debt trap. Again and again, the farmer will keep on borrowing. The debt owed by the farmer will keep on increasing. That is basically the idea of a debt trap. Right? So looking at all of these situations, right, what government of India did was, they basically went for nationalization in the banking sector. Right? But please understand, post 1991, right, post 1991, we have not nationalized any banks. I'll repeat the statement. Post 1991, we have not nationalized any bank. Why? There is a committee recommendation, later we'll discuss, Narasimhan Committee. Narasimhan Committee recommendation. So Narasimhan Committee stated that we should not nationalize, rather we should allow private sector banks to operate in India. That's the reason post 1991 we have not nationalized. And if you're reading the newspapers, you will realize that today government of India is privatizing the banks, not nationalizing the banks. Yes or no? Today government of India is thinking of one, merger of the banks, and second one is privatization in the banking sector, not nationalization. Okay, so this is basically the idea of a nationalization. Now when I talk about privatization is very simple. The government of India wants to sell away these banks to private sector. But apart from this, government is also trying out one more thing, that is a bank merger. Right? Government of India is also trying out one more thing, that is the idea of, right, bank merger. What is this idea of a bank merger? If you're reading the newspapers, you will know that earlier there was a bank called as the Dena Bank. There was also a bank called as Vijaya Bank. Today, there is no separate Dena Bank. There is no separate Vijaya Bank. What government of India has done, Dena Bank and Vijaya Bank have been merged into Bank of Baroda. Bank of Baroda. Yes or no? Right? There is a Bank of Baroda. They have been merged into this. Earlier, there was a State Bank of Bikaner and Jaipur. Okay, earlier there was a State Bank of Bikaner and Jaipur. State Bank of Travancore was there. There was a State Bank of Mysore, etc. In fact, there was many other banks, right? Many other associates. What has government of India done? Has taken all of this, has merged into only one bank now, State Bank of India. State Bank of India. Why? Why is government of India doing all of it? Right? There is a logical reason to this. Let's discuss that. The whole idea of having a very large bank means very, very big bank. Now, some of you will say me, or some of you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by big bank here? Whenever you want to call a bank as a very big bank, look at the balance sheet. Look at the assets held by the bank. If the assets held by the bank are very, very large in sizes, these are generally referred to as a big bank. For example, can I call State Bank of India as a big bank? Think of it. Can I call State Bank of India as a big bank? Of course, the answer is yes. Now, why? Why is government of India creating these larger banks, creating these big banks? The reason is this. Let's start. First one is, there is a need to develop infrastructure in India. There is a need to develop infrastructure in India. Anybody disagrees with me? Sir, no, we don't require infrastructure, right? Absolutely no need. Then, my dear, I'll simply give you examples. Ports, airports, expressways, right? Dams, tunnels, all these are infrastructure. Don't you want to develop it? Of course, yes, you require infrastructure. But please understand the next point very carefully. To develop infrastructure, you need to ensure large value loans are provided. Large value loans must be provided. Large value loans, not small value loans. For example, imagine you want to construct an airport. Can you construct an airport with a loan of 1 crore rupees? Think of it. Can you construct, let's say, a tunnel with a loan of 5 crore rupees? Absolutely no. You will require thousands of crores of rupees. So argument is you'll have to provide large value loans. Now tell me, a very small bank, can they provide these kind of large value loans? Do they have the capacity to provide such large value loans? Absolutely no. But rather than this, what if I say there were three small banks, A, B, and C. Now they have been merged. Now there is only one large bank. Let's call it as D. Now, can this large bank provide large value of loans? Does it make sense to you? I hope you understand. Does it make sense to you? Of course, yes. Right? Point number one. Point number two. The government of India also found that Indian banks are not competitive in the international market. Indian banks are not very competitive in the international market. Sir, what do you mean by that? Connected to current affairs, very often you will realize that banks from Japan, banks from China will not only provide loans within their respective countries, they will also give loans outside their countries. Yes or no? Right? Best example is Chinese banks. Chinese banks are so rampant in terms of providing loans. They have gone to Sri Lanka, they have gone to Pakistan, they have gone to many other countries where they will keep on providing loans. Now, argument of government of India is the same. Because we have large number of banks, right? Many of them are very small banks. We are not able to compete in the international market. Now, what I'll do? I'll take many of these small banks, merge it, and have a very, very large bank, big bank. And now we'll be able to compete with these larger banks in the international market. That's a second very important point. Third very important point. How many of us seen earlier, if this is the city, and within the city, imagine this is the main street. Generally, every city, the main street will be named as Gandhi Road, Mahatma Gandhi Road. Yes or no? Most of the cities, the most important street in that city will be named as Mahatma Gandhi Road. Now, whatever name is, don't worry. This is the main street in a city. Earlier, let me know if you have not seen this. First, you will have, let's say, State Bank of India's branch. After certain shops, you will have State Bank of Travancore's branch. You will also have a State Bank of Mysore branch. You will also have a State Bank of Bikaner and a Jaipur branch in the same state. What is the problem with this? All these four banks are associated banks. All these banks are associated with each other. But all the four banks are competing for the same customer. All the four banks are trying to have accounts of same customer. What does make sense? Having four branches like this, or in this state, only one branch which will acquire all the customers in the region. What does it make sense to you? Right? Don't you think in the second situation, if I write this one and if I write this two, compared to one in the second situation, the cost of operations will be very, very low. Let me know. Right? Cost of operations will be very, very low. Right? That is, a number of people who are required to work in only one branch will not be very high compared to earlier situation. Point number two, rather than taking four buildings on rent, now you require only one building. Rather than purchasing hundreds of computers, now you will require only 40 computers. Rather than having 100 employees, now you will require only, let's say, 40 employees. Don't you think the cost of operations automatically will come down? Right? These are the objectives with which the government of India has gone for the concept of bank merger, or the idea of a big bank. Cost of operations will come down. The reach of the banks will increase. What do you mean by the reach? Rather than having 4 branches here, this is what I mean. Have a look at this. Rather than having 4 branches here, I will close 3 branches. I will open these branches somewhere else, maybe in a village, maybe right somewhere in other part of the city, etc., where right I can cover more customers. That is the meaning of the term reach will increase. Resources can be pulled. Resources means labor resources, technological resources, etc. Resources can be pulled. The big bank can provide for borrowers. For example, infrastructure projects can be provided with the loans now. It can also compete with foreign banks. So these are some of the advantages with which Government of India is adopting the model of bank mergers. But having said so, are there any concerns? Are there any problems related to this decision? Point number 1, what will happen to employment? Automatically this will arise. What will happen to employment? Because rather than having 100 employees, now I'll require only 40 employees. What will happen to remaining employees? Yes. Have you not seen in the newspaper the employees union, that is a trade union of these banks, opposing the merger of these banks with other banks? I understand. The employee union, the labor union automatically will oppose it. Why? They know that jobs will be lost. And I'll give you many examples. In case of SBI, when the merger was done, when all these associate banks were merged, SBI employees were removed. They were given voluntary retirement. They were forced to take voluntary retirement. Of course, yes, employment issue will always arise. Right? So, one, what about the employees? That always is a concern. Second one, if you're merging these smaller banks and you're creating a larger bank, what if this larger bank will incur a loss and will shut down? Think of it. Right? Until now, let's say hypothetically, I'll take a very simple example. Imagine there were 3 banks, A, B, C, small banks. A will incur a huge amount of a loss and will shut down. Is it a concern? Of course, yes. Is it a concern? Yes. But on the other hand, what you merge A, B and C, and you create a new bank, very large bank D, and the bank D will collapse. Can you imagine the impact of that on the economy? Right? So that is the whole idea here. You're merging, but what if after the merger, the larger bank will collapse? The larger bank will incur losses. What message will it send to the market? Right? That is one of the very important concerns. The benefit packages, the work culture, etc. will start changing. Right? The salary packages are different from one bank to another bank. Salary packages are different. The work cultures are different. And once you merge all of these banks, it will take certain time period for all of them to adjust to the new work culture. Right? That is basically one of the important concerns. Done? Any difficulty here? Any difficulty? So these are some of the concerns regarding the idea of a larger bank or a mega bank or creation of a big bank in India. Now, let me take up certain questions from your side. Right? If you have any questions, let me know so that we will discuss the questions. Then we'll take a break. Is currency held by the public and currency in circulation not same? No. Currency in circulation, currency held by the public and currency in circulation, are they one and the same? Right? Have a look at this. Currency in circulation represents whatever notes have been printed and issued by RBI. Whatever notes have been printed or coins have been minted and issued by RBI. The currency held by the public refers to the cash that is there with the public. Right? I told you the same example. If I get 100 rupee, this is reserve money, high powered money, base money. But out of this 100 rupee, I'll keep only 20 rupees with me. That is currency held by the public. Okay. Sir, you have said while deciding repo rate, RBI will take narrow money. Then you have said RBI takes M0 and M3. There's a confusion. My dear, I said RBI while deciding will consider various factors. Right? Listen to my lecture very carefully. Will take various factors. It will look at how much is M1. It will look at how much is M3. It will look at what is inflation rate. It will look at how much is the money in the circulation. How much is the money multiplier. Based on all of this, RBI will decide, should I increase? If yes, by how much? Should I decrease? If yes, by how much? Money multiplier. I'll repeat it again. Money multiplier simply means how much is the maximum amount of money that could be created. I hope you understand. M3, how much could be the maximum amount of money that could be created using reserve money. That is a money multiplier. Tax exempted for up to 2.5 lakh. More than that will be taxed. Nowadays, people make transactions via UPI more than 3 to 4 lakh, but they are not taxed even though transacting more than the limit. My dear, whenever you talk about income taxes, you are supposed to focus on what is the income, not how much is there in your bank account. I hope you understand. You'll have to focus on what is your income in that year. On the income, government will impose income tax. Now, how much you transfer from your one bank account to, let's say, somebody else's bank account, that is total asset that you have. Government cannot impose income tax on that asset. Okay, so income tax is imposed on income. Okay. Any other question? Why will M3 be greater than M0? Because sir said M0 contains total currency in circulation. Please refer. My dear, do you understand what is the concept of a fractional reserve system? Tell me. First and foremost, do you understand what is the idea of a fractional reserve system? Banks will collect a deposit and will issue loans. Now, if this is M0, you will deposit this in one bank. This bank will report deposit of 100 rupee. Now, what this bank will do is give it as a loan to me. Okay, give it as a loan to me. Now, what I'll do? Imagine I will purchase a machine from a seller. So, I have taken a loan of 100. I have given this 100 rupee to seller. So, this 100 rupee is there with the seller. And please understand, bank one says deposit is there of 100 rupee with that bank. Now, this seller will take this 100 rupee, deposit in the bank. Let's say second bank. What will the second bank report? Second bank will also report saying that it has a deposit of 100. Now, when you calculate M3, will you not count all these deposits? Think of it. Right? Again and again, we are running around the same bush. We are running around the same thing. Right? How many times you want to run around the same thing? Will the bank one report 100 rupee deposit? Yes. Will the second bank report 100 rupee deposit? Yes. But how much is the money printed by RBI? 100 rupee. M0 is 100, whereas M3 in this example, this is a very, very narrow example. M3 in this example is 200. Right? So that's the reason M3 will be greater than M0. It cannot be smaller. It has to be greater. Okay. Done. DICGC. DICGC is an entity under the ownership of Government of India. I'm sorry, RBI. DICGC will collect premium from the banks and will provide insurance coverage to the deposits which are there with the bank. Now, how much insurance is provided? deposits up to 5 lakh rupees. Insurance coverage is up to 5 lakh rupees. Right? So for every 100 rupee, the bank will give 12 paisa to the DICGC, and the DICGC will provide insurance coverage of up to 5 lakh rupees per deposit. Done? So that is basically the idea for DICGC. Now, let's start. Let's take a break now. Let's take a break. We'll continue after the break. Let's take a break. Time is 7:06. I'll restart at 7:18. I'll restart at 7:18. Right? So take a break now. Okay, good evening everyone. Welcome back. Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay, let's start. So let's continue the discussion here. Next, I wanted to discuss is the idea of surplus transfer. Okay, idea of surplus transfer. Now, if you people have read the newspaper very recently, in the last 2 weeks, or let's say in the last 1 week itself, there is this idea of a surplus transfer from RBI. Surplus transfer from RBI. Okay, now what is this idea of a surplus transfer? It's very simple. RBI on one side, RBI on one side will incur expenditure, and on the other side will earn income. Okay, I'll repeat it again. RBI on one side will incur expenditure, and on the other hand will earn certain income. For example, RBI will earn income by purchasing government securities. RBI will provide loans on it, it will earn interest, etc. And on the other hand, RBI will incur expenditure in the form of, let's say, salaries. Right? RBI will provide certain commission to various banks for providing various services, etc. Whole idea is this: don't buy heart the whole list. That's not needed. Whole idea is the expenditure is incurred, income is earned, and income is greater than expenditure. Income is greater than expenditure, and this excess is basically a surplus. Surplus, or a common term, is profit. Done? Any difficulty in understanding this? The income earned by RBI is greater than expenditure incurred by RBI, and the excess is called as a surplus or profit. And what we do is, part of the profit, part of the surplus, RBI will keep with itself. I'll repeat the statement. Part of the surplus, part of the profit, RBI will keep with itself, and remaining part, it will simply give it to government. Any difficulty, please do let me know. I'll repeat it again. RBI spends money, RBI earns income. And because RBI's income is greater than the RBI's expenditure, the excess is called as a surplus, or it is called as a profit. And part of this surplus or a profit, RBI will keep with itself, and remaining part, it will provide it to government. And this sharing formula, this how much should go to RBI, how much should go to Government of India, the recommendation was given by a committee called as Bimal Jalan Committee. Remember the name of the committee as well. Bimal Jalan Committee. Right, so based on the recommendations given by Bimal Jalan Committee, very recently, RBI has transferred the highest amount of surplus very recently, around 87,000, highest in the sense in the last 3 years, highest amount of surplus has been transferred by RBI to Government of India recently in the last 3 years. That's somewhere over 87,000 crore rupees. That is basically the concept of surplus transfer. Done? Can I go to the next one now? Right, all these are basically the functions of Reserve Bank of India. All these are the functions of Reserve Bank of India. We started with controlling inflation, and we are basically winding up Reserve Bank of India as a functioning with the idea of a surplus transfer. Let me enter into the next concept here, the lending rate regimes, lending rate systems. On what basis do we decide lending rates in India? How RBI's repo rate will have an influence on the lending rate, etc., etc. Let's try and understand this. First and foremost, whenever I use the term lending rate here, please understand what I'm referring to. Here is the Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India will provide loans to banks, and banks will provide loans to borrowers. Any difficulty? RBI will provide loans to banks. Banks will provide loans to customers or borrowers. Now, when the bank will provide loan to the borrower, bank will charge a rate of interest. ROI means rate of interest. Now, this is called as lending rate. This is basically referred to as lending rate. Right? Point number one. Point number two. How do we decide this lending rate? On what basis do we decide the idea of a lending rate in India? As of now, two systems are used. Very, very important. As of now, two systems are used. One is called as marginal cost of funds based lending rate. Second one is called as external benchmarking. I'll explain both of them. One is called as a marginal cost of funds based lending rate, MCLR, and second one is called as external benchmarking. But before this idea of a MCLR and external benchmarking, we had a concept of base rate regime. Base rate regime. There was a benchmark primary lending rate regime. Right? Initially, to begin with, it was base rate regime. Then we introduced a primary lending rate regime. Then we introduced a benchmark primary lending rate regime. Different types of systems were introduced by RBI. But right now, the two systems that we are using is, one is MCLR, second one is external benchmarking. I'll come to this, but before that, follow these points very carefully. On what basis the banks should decide loan rate of interest? On what basis the banks should decide what is the lending rate? Point number one. Point number one, the banks should consider cost of their deposits. Cost of their deposits or loans. I'll explain this. Follow this very carefully. The banks should consider what is the cost of their deposits or loans. Meaning what? A bank will take a loan from RBI. A bank will take a loan from RBI. Now, RBI will charge a rate of interest on the loan. Yes or no? Follow the discussion and participate. Right? It becomes easier. Right? The bank will take a loan from RBI. RBI will charge a rate of interest or not? Yes. I'll give you second example. All of you will keep deposits with RBI. All of you will keep deposits, either savings bank or fixed deposits. Now, when you keep savings bank deposits or a fixed deposit, will the bank pay interest to you or not? Will the bank pay interest to you or not? Or two are saying no. My dear, when you keep deposits with the bank, bank is not paying any interest to you. In which bank have you kept a deposit then? Let me know. Right? If you are saying no, please tell me in which bank you are keeping deposit. Right? They are making fool out of you. Right? So bank will pay interest to customers. Bank will also pay interest to RBI. Can I call this cost of their deposits or loans? Let me know. Can I call this first one as, right, what I've discussed right now, can I call this as, right, the cost of the bank's deposits and loans taken by the bank? Now, simple question to you. Whenever the bank will give a loan to the borrower or a customer, will the bank consider this cost or not? Think of it. Will the bank consider this cost or not? Of course, yes, they should consider it. That is one very important point. Second, what is operational expenditure? What are operational expenses? For example, the bank will purchase computers. The bank has to pay electricity bill. The bank has to pay salaries to employees. Right? Will they include all of them in deciding rate of interest? Of course, yes. Third very important point. Profit motive. Yes or no? Profit motive. Should they include their profit motive or not? If anybody says no, let me know what is your argument. And the fourth very important point, cost of CRR. Right? In some cases, we'll call this as negative carry on the CRR, or else the other term is cost of CRR. Now, what is this idea of a cost of CRR? Let me explain this. Listen to the explanation very carefully. Here is a bank. Let's say you're the bank manager. Okay, you're the bank manager. The customer will come, keep a deposit of 100 rupee. Keep a deposit of 100 rupee. Now, as a bank, you will guarantee the customer. The bank will pay rate of interest of 5% of this 100 rupee, which means after 1 year is over, the bank will pay 5 rupee to customer. Point number 1. Point number 2. Now the bank wants to use this 100 rupee. Tell me now, after discussing so many things about RBI, can the bank use all the 100 rupee to give loan? Let me know. Can the bank utilize all the 100 rupee to give a loan in the market? No. The bank has to keep aside certain reserves, most importantly CRR. We'll not focus on SLR here. Why? I hope you know this. In SLR, the bank will invest in government bonds. And don't you think government bonds will offer better returns to the banks compared to rate of interest they are giving you? Think of it. But on the other hand, the bank will also keep CRR with RBI. Let's say CRR is 4%. Let's take a simple number. CRR is, let's say, 4%, which means the bank at the maximum can utilize 96 rupees for SLR for lending purposes. Remaining 4 rupees will simply go to Reserve Bank of India, RBI. Now, question to all of you. Will RBI pay any interest to the bank on the CRR? Think of it. Will the RBI pay any interest to the bank on CRR? No. Which means, please understand the logic here. Please understand this. Out of 100 rupee, the bank can earn interest only on 96 rupees. On this 4 rupees, bank is not earning any interest. But the bank is giving interest to the customer on 96 rupees as well as 4 rupees. Any problem in understanding this? The bank is giving interest to the customer not only on 96 rupees, but also on 4 rupees. That is totally 100. But on the other hand, bank can earn only interest on this, but it cannot earn any interest on the 4 rupee. Now, can I call this interest that is paid by the bank to the customer on the CRR money as cost of CRR? Let me know. Can I call this, right, as a cost of CRR? Right, I hope you understand this. Or else there's one more term for this, negative carry on CRR. Negative carry on CRR. A simple question to all of you. Bank will give a loan to the customer, let's say 96 rupees. Will they include the cost of CRR or not? Think of it. Right? Will they include the cost of CRR or not? Should they include it? Of course, yes. Why? On 4 rupees, the bank is giving interest to you. If you're the customer, the bank is giving interest to you on 96 plus 4 rupees. But that 4 rupee bank is keeping with the RBI. On that, they are not earning any interest. So that interest that they will give you, they will count it. That on 4 rupee, they will count it as negative carry on CRR or cost of CRR. And whenever they calculate what should be the lending rate, what should be the rate of interest at which I will give you loan, they will count even the cost of CRR. Right? That is another very, very important factor. And one more very important factor, tell me now, if a bank will give loan to, let's say, customer 1 and customer 2, how many of you believe that rate of interest for both the customers should be same? Think of it. Let me see. Right? If there are 2 borrowers, right, let's say C1 and C2, rate of interest charged on both the customers should be same. Is there anyone here who says, sir, fundamental rights should be applied, right? Equal treatment should be there? Of course, no. What if The loan one which is given to customer one is very risky. Simple. The loan given by the bank to the customer one, it is very risky. In that case, don't you think the bank will charge a higher rate of interest on the customer one? Does it make a sense or not? Does it make sense to you or not? The bank will never give same rate of interest to everyone. It will never give. Right? If you are taking, imagine I'm giving a loan to real estate. In real estate, tell me, rate of interest should be lesser. Think of it. Should the rate of interest given loan to, right, on a loan given to, let's say, a real estate developer, should it be lesser? My dear, real estate is very, very risky. Very, very risky. Right? On the other hand, let's say I'm a billionaire, right? I have a huge amount of asset. Huge assets are there. I will take loan from a bank. Don't you think I can easily provide lot of collateral to the bank? Rate of interest charge will be much lower. So idea is very simple here. All the customers are not same. All the loans are not same. From one loan to another loan, risk varies. And when the risk varies, rate of interest charged by the bank automatically vary. That is basically called as premium. That is basically a premium charged by the bank. Now, many of you are saying, sir, but you will collect collateral. My dear, you're not following a discussion here. That's a problem. Tell me, real estate market, is it always stable? Many of you are saying, sir, but collateral is there, that is there, this is there. Real estate market, is it always stable? The housing prices, are they always same? Even now, if you say yes, you are living in a different planet altogether. Why? What was the real estate prices during pandemic? Let me know. What was the price of the real estate during pandemic? During pandemic, demand for the real estate was very high. People were running from one flat to another flat to purchase. No, nobody was purchasing flats. Right? At that point of time, right? Imagine this. You will go to a bank, you want to take a loan, you want to keep your house as a collateral. Don't you think bank will look at the collateral as very risky? That is what I'm basically saying here. Right? So again, that's the reason I keep on telling the students, none of the books will explain this. Why? And you don't require all of this for UPSC. Right? Don't do a PhD in all of this. So can I simply say, because of the risk, the bank may also add certain premium in deciding rate of interest. So these are generally some of the factors that the banks will take into consideration when they decide what should be the rate of interest. What should be the rate of interest when they will give loan to the borrowers. Now, like I said, earlier we used to use different regimes. I said primary lending rate was there. Benchmark primary lending rate was there. Right? Then we introduced, there was one more base rate regime. But today, the two important regimes, systems which are used in deciding the lending rate was marginal cost of funding based lending rate. Second one is external benchmarking. The idea of a marginal cost of funding based lending rate, MCLR, was introduced by RBI to introduce a transparent process to make deciding the lending rates much more in a transparent method. How? RBI told the banks, these are the parameters. Based on these parameters, you decide lending rates. I'll repeat the statement. These are the four parameters. I have decided four parameters. You take these four parameters and you decide what is your lending rate. What are the four parameters? Marginal cost of the funds. Marginal cost of the funds simply means what is the change? What is the change in the cost of the capital? In the cost of capital or cost of deposits, cost of loans for the bank. Did we discuss this first factor? Let me know. What is the change in the cost of capital, cost of the deposit, or cost of loans for the bank? For example, and many of you ask, sir, what is the meaning of it? Imagine repo rate is 4%. Now, repo rate will change to 4.5%. Imagine the repo rate is 4%. Repo rate will change to 4.5%. Now, you please tell me, will the cost of the funds for the banks change or not? Think of it. We have discussed all of it. If repo rate changes from 4 to 4.5%, will the cost of funds for the bank, will it change or not? Of course, yes. So RBI said you will have to include any marginal means very small changes in your cost of funding, you will have to include it. Second, negative carry on CRR, you will have to include it. What are your operational expenses? Include it. What is the tenor premium here? Tenor premium, let me give a very simple example. Imagine here is a lender. A lender will lender will provide a loan for, let's say, 5 years to customer 1 and will provide a loan for 30 years to customer 2. Economics basically says the rate of interest charged on the customer 2 should be higher. And if you disagree, let me know. I'll repeat it again. A lender is their creditor. And this creditor will provide one loan for 5 years and another loan for 30 years. This is basically tenure. Tenure of the loan, time period for which the loan is given. The economics theory basically says, understanding says, when you provide a longer term loan, you're taking a higher risk. And because you're taking a higher risk, rate of interest charged should also be higher. That is called as a tenor premium. That is from one borrower will take a loan for 10 years. Let's say from a bank, one borrower will take a loan for 10 years. Another borrower will take a loan for 30 years. What is the meaning of the point number 4? Impose additional interest rate, right? Impose extra interest rate, collect a higher rate of interest from the second borrower. That is basically idea of a tenor premium. So these were the 4 parameters decided by RBI. Banks were supposed to decide their own lending rate based on this. Any difficulty on this? Any difficulty? Can I go to the next one here? But what happened was very simple. RBI introduced this. What is tenure premium? I'll repeat it again. Tenure means for what duration? How many months? How many years you will give the loan? And please remember this. If the duration of the loan that you are giving is higher, you will have to charge more rate of interest. Why? By giving loan for a longer duration, you are taking a higher risk. Okay, done. So this was the methodology that was introduced. This was the methodology that was introduced by RBI from 2016. And what RBI expected was, now because of all of them, now banks will calculate rate of interest in a transparent manner. And whenever there is a change in the rate of interest, automatically the banks will provide the benefit to customers. Meaning what? Earlier I asked you, if the repo rate increases from 4% to 4.5%, I asked you a very simple question. Will the bank increase its rate of interest or not? And most of you said yes, they should increase the rate of interest. But what if the vice versa will happen? Repo rate will fall from 4% to 3%. What should the banks do? What should the banks do? Automatically, the rate of interest offered by the banks should also go down. And when the rate of interest goes down, what will happen to lending? New loans issued by the bank. New loans issued by the bank automatically should increase. Is the logic okay? Right? Is the logic okay? If the rate of interest goes down, the new loans which are issued by the bank, because the rate of interest is lesser, the lending activity should increase. More loans should be issued by the bank. This in simple terms is called as monetary policy transmission. Understand this. This is called as monetary policy transmission. Right? What is the idea for monetary policy transmission? Whenever there is a change in monetary policy, that is, whenever RBI will change interest rates, what is the result of this? What is the impact or the result of it? That is, let me give a very simple example here. Imagine repo rate is 4%. RBI will reduce the repo rate to 3%. Now follow this very carefully. Example 1. Until now, a bank was charging a rate of interest of 7%. Now the bank will reduce its rate of interest to, let's say, 6.2%. Example 2. Until now, the bank was charging a rate of interest of 7%. The bank will now reduce the rate of interest to 6.7%. Understand this very carefully. Now, with the reduction in the repo rate, can I say that under both the examples, bank has reduced rate of interest? Please have a look at it. Right, when the repo rate is reduced, under both of the examples, bank has reduced the rate of interest. And in both the situations, assuming everything else remains the same. Don't say, sir, what if there is a recession, etc., etc. Don't worry. Assuming everything else in the economy remains the same, the lending activity, new loans issued by the bank automatically will increase. But please look at both of the examples and tell me, under which of the two examples more loans will be issued, more of new loans will be issued by the bank, where credit offtake will be much higher. Example 1, all of you agree? Example 1. Now, right, having looked at it, can I now say that with reduction in the repo rate from 4% to 3%, under example 1, monetary policy transmission is much more effective? Think of it. Some of you are saying example 2. How? I generally don't understand how some of you think. Rate of interest in example 1 is 6.2. Rate of interest in example 2 is 6.7. I am asking you, under which of the two examples more loans will be issued by the bank? Your answer is, sorry, example 2. How? How? Right? What are you listening to? I absolutely am bamboozled. Of course, you'll have to look at 6.2, right? When the rate of interest in example 1 is much lower, don't you think more people will take loan under example 1? Right? Please focus, please concentrate. Now, again, I'll come back to the same argument that I was making. With change in the interest rate, now can I say, under example 1, monetary policy transmission is much more effective. Is it okay? Let me know if you disagree. Under example 1, monetary policy transmission is much more effective. Now, if I write one more example, have a look at this. Example 3, 7%, they will reduce it to 6.9%. The banks will reduce it to 6.9%. Can I call this as effective, efficient monetary policy transmission? Look at example 3. Is example 3 an efficient, effective monetary policy transmission? No. Very, very small change, right? By very, very small number, they have reduced the rate of interest. So now let me ask you another question. You are the RBI governor. Tell me, would you prefer efficient monetary policy transmission or inefficient monetary policy transmission? Simple idea. Would you prefer an efficient monetary policy transmission or inefficient MPT? You'll have to choose efficient MPT. You'll have to say, sir, we want efficient MPT. And the whole idea of introducing MCLR was to have efficient monetary policy transmission. RBI said these are the parameters. You decide the rate of interest, but based on all these parameters, you decide. The argument of RBI was now the monetary policy transmission will be very efficient, and how banks will calculate the lending rate will be very much transparent. And if the calculation is very much transparent, don't you think customers, right, will also get the benefit out of it? Right, the customers will also be benefited because the methodology is told to you now. You will come to know what is the methodology, how the rate of interest is calculated. For example, if you do not believe me, I'm pretty sure some of you have taken housing loans. Some of you, right? Either you'll have housing loan or a vehicle loan, or at least your parents will have a housing loan. Now, this is my sincere advice to all of you. Sincere advice. If you have any housing loan now or a vehicle loan, etc., the bank will tell you on what basis they have calculated rate of interest. Check it. And if you don't have any loan, your parents might be having a loan. Might be. Ask them to show that piece of paper which the bank has given. They will basically give you what is the breakup of rate of interest. I hope you understand this. They will give you what is the breakup of the interest. Meaning what? You know how the bank is calculating rate of interest. Don't you think that is transparency? I hope you understand this. Right? So that is a methodology, right? MCLR. But with the introduction of this, did we achieve it? Did we achieve efficient monetary policy transmission? RBI says no. RBI itself has stated, no, we were not able to achieve efficient monetary policy transmission. Most of the times what used to happen is, understand my statement now, at least looking at this, understand my statement. RBI says, we were reducing interest rate by 200 basis points. That is 2%. The banks were reducing their rate of interest in the range of 0.4% to 0.7%. Can you understand the transmission here? I'll repeat it again. RBI itself says, in 1.5 years, we reduced our interest rate by 2.5%. What did the banks do? They reduced their interest rate on an average by 0.4% to 0.7%. Can you call this as an efficient monetary policy transmission? No, this is not efficient. And that is a precise reason. Now we have introduced concept of external benchmarking. Now, RBI has introduced the concept of external benchmarking. For example, today you take a housing loan. For example, I have a housing loan. What is the rate of interest, on what basis it is calculated? It is called as external benchmarking. Now, what will happen in external benchmarking? Follow this very carefully. Follow this very carefully. Under external benchmarking, look at the term external. Let's say you're a bank manager. I'll explain this. Follow this carefully. Let's say you're a bank manager. Now, this is the methodology you will use to calculate lending rate. You will take repo rate. Okay, you'll simply take repo rate. In addition to the repo rate, you'll basically say plus, let's say 4%. And why this 4%? 4% is basically your profit, operational expenses, negative carry on the CRR, etc. Now understand this very carefully. Imagine right now repo rate is 5%. Right now repo rate is 5%. Now, what will be the rate of interest you are going to charge? 9%? All of you agree? 9%. But in fact, there is one more addition to this. All of this is very technical. Understand the logic. The bank will not even just charge 9%. Why? I'll tell you. What about premium? I hope you understand. Right? Can bank charge simply 9% on all the loans? Think of it. Can the bank charge 9% rate of interest on all the loans? Absolutely no. 9% is the lowest. Below this, they will never charge. It will be the lowest. Right? Imagine, let's say an exporter will go to the bank. They want to take a loan. Bank will say exporting means risk is very high. They will say 9% plus 2%. That 2% is my risk premium. Right? Let's say you will go to the bank. You will say, I want to take a housing loan, and you will provide a very good collateral. Then the bank says risk is very low, so I will take 9% plus 0.5%. They will give you a loan of 9.5% rate of interest. So 9% is the lowest, and they'll keep on adding the risk, right? The risk premium to different loans. But what is the point here? Imagine the repo rate will fall down to 3%. Tell me now, if the repo rate will fall down to 3%, what will happen to the calculation? 3% plus 4%, right? It will become 7%. Now, if you're an exporter, the rate of interest that the bank will charge will become 9%. Earlier it was how much? Earlier it was how much? It was 11%. Now it will become 9%. If I've taken a housing loan, earlier it was 9.5%. Now it will become how much? 7.5%. Any problem in understanding this? Now tell me, don't you think RBI will keep on changing repo rate? Think of it. Don't you think RBI will keep on changing repo rate? They will not keep repo rate stable for, let's say, 2 years or 3 years. Right? After 3 months or after 4 months, they will increase it by 0.25. They will reduce it by 0.25. Maybe for 4 months, they'll keep it the same. Right? So argument is simple. Whenever RBI changes repo rate, either increasing or decreasing, what will happen to lending rates? Does it make sense now? Why this is called as external benchmarking? If RBI changes a repo rate, either increases or decreases, automatically what will happen to the lending rate of the bank? Lending rate of the bank automatically will get changed. Automatically will get adjusted. Now, this is one more exercise I want you people to do. If anybody in your vicinity, that is in your surrounding, maybe your uncle, your father, your mother, or you, your spouse, anybody in your surrounding, if they have taken a loan, ask them what has happened to rate of interest in the last 1 year. Simple. Ask them what has happened to the rate of interest on the loan in the last 1 year. And you don't have to ask. You tell me what has happened to repo rate in the last 1 year. Right? You already know the answer. Right? What has happened to the repo rate in the last 1 year? Repo rates have been increased. Now, when the repo rates have been increased, what will happen to the lending rate by the bank? Automatically, the rate of interest on the loans have increased. Right? If you don't trust me, ask. Ask. That is the only way to find out. I am saying this is a fact. In the last 1 year, interest rates have increased. Right? The repo rate has been increased. Interest rates have increased. Loans that have been taken, the rate of interest on the loans also have been increased. Right? Ask me because I have a housing loan. Right? That's the reason I'm saying I have a housing loan. So that's a reason. That's a fact, by the way. Rate of interest, right, has been increased. It is higher now. Done? Right? So that is basically the idea of a external benchmarking. External benchmarking means what? You are connecting the lending rate to one of the external parameters. I'll repeat the statement. What do you mean by external benchmarking? You are connecting your lending rate to an external parameter. And when the external parameter will change, automatically your lending rate will change. Now, right, one question to all of you. Under external benchmarking, don't you think there will be better or efficient monetary policy transmission? Let me know. Right, under the external benchmarking, will there be a much better, efficient monetary policy transmission? Why? RBI is not taking any chances. RBI is not telling the banks, change it. RBI said, connect your lending rate to repo rate. Connect your lending rate to, right, a treasury bill yield rate. I hope you understand. Yield rate of treasury bills. Connect it. So whenever the external parameter will change, automatically your lending rates will keep on changing. And there is one more rule now. There is one more rule. every bank will have to have a recalculate rate of interest once every 3 months. I'll repeat it again. Every bank, once after every 3 months, they will have to recalculate. Recalculate in the sense, let's give a very simple example here. Imagine the bank has done a recalculation, adjustment of rate of interest in the month of January. Can they simply sit quiet? Think of it. Imagine a bank is there. The bank has adjusted its lending rate in the month of January. Can they sit quiet for 10 years? Absolutely no. RBI says after 3 years. So February, March, April is over. Then in the month of May, again in the month of May, adjust it. And in these 3 months, let's say hypothetically in these 3 months, RBI has reduced the repo rate by 10%, 10 basis points or 0.5%, 0.8%. Then automatically in the month of May, what will happen to the rate of interest on the loan? Rate of interest automatically will go down. This is basically the new methodology. Please remember it. This is the new methodology. Hence, RBI is trying to make monetary policy transmission very, very efficient with this methodology. Done? Okay. Right. So this is the discussion of basically the concept of lending rate regimes. Now, let's go to the next one side. Certain basic concepts to understand Basel guidelines. Important, very, very important. In fact, questions have been asked on Basel. But before I start, I'll give a very important pointer. Basel guidelines are very, very technical. I hope you understand. Basel guidelines are very, very technical. Right? Understand the concept. Do not complicate. I'll give you certain calculations. Do not by heart calculations. Let's start. Right? Let's start now. Imagine you will give a loan to me. I'm a manufacturer, not a bank. I'm a manufacturer. You will give a loan to me. And let's say I've incurred a loss. I've basically incurred a loss. Now, don't you think you will try to recover the loan from me by selling away my assets? Let me know whether you agree or disagree. I'll repeat the statement here. You have given a loan to me. Just a second. Okay. You have given a loan to me. I'm back. Okay. You have given a loan to me. I'm unable to repay the loan. Will you not try to sell away my assets to recover your money? Right? Possible or not? Right? For example, imagine I have a manufacturing facility. In order to repay the loan, I will sell my manufacturing facility. Imagine I had 2 machines. I will sell the 2 machines, try to repay your money. Now, please remember this point, right? You will have to use it. Please remember this point. How? Let's start. The banks will have to maintain certain amount of money or assets. Every bank will have to maintain certain amount of assets or money. The reason why the banks will have to maintain this asset or money is because they have collected depositors' money. And if they incur a loss, if they simply incur a loss, somebody has to pay this money. I hope you understand. I'm not saying bank is closing down. I hope you understand my point here. I'm simply saying bank has incurred a loss. Right? You have kept 100 rupee deposit and have given the loan to, let's say, right, some businessman. The businessman has ran away. I'm not able to collect the 100 rupee. Now tell me, from where do I pay your 100 rupee? I'm not going to close the bank, but this loss in the loan, I will have to bring it somehow. That is where the banks, I repeat, the banks will be asked to maintain certain capital. Any problem in understanding the statement? the bank will have to maintain certain capital, right? Why? Banks will incur losses. In order to ensure that the bank will take care of the losses, bank has to maintain capital. Now the capital is divided into two types. The total capital that is held by the bank is divided into two parts. One is called as a tier 1, and obviously the second one will be called as a tier 2. And I've written the names here. Tier 1 is called as a core capital. Tier 2 is called as a supplementary capital. Now, the best way I can explain to you, the best example, we'll connect it to current affairs again. Let's start. Let's start with the best example. Now, follow this very carefully. Imagine you are the bank. Okay, imagine you are the bank. You will collect from me 100 rupees. Example 1. You will collect from me 100 rupees. And when you're collecting 100 rupees, you are promising that after 5 years, or let's take 3 years. After 3 years, that is after 3 years is over, you will return the 100 rupee back to me. Right? Understand this very carefully. Example 1, you will take 100 rupee from me. And you are basically promising to me, after 3 years, you will guaranteed return this 100 rupee to me. Example 2, you will collect 100 rupee from me, but in the example 2, you will never give me the time period or the maturity period of this 100 rupee. What is the meaning of it? If I want to simplify this much more, all of you have kept deposits with the bank, fixed deposits. Now in one example, you will keep a fixed deposit. Bank says they will give it back to you after 3 years. In another example, you will keep a fixed deposit. Bank will never tell you after how many years they will give it back to you. Bank may give it back to you after 5 years. Bank may give it back to you after 10 years. That is entirely the decision of the bank. Any problem in understanding example 1 and example 2? Sir, any example, real life examples of these? I'll call these as a bond 1 and bond 2. Do you know the concept of bonds? Let me know. Have you heard of the term bond or not? In the example 1, bank has issued a bond and the bank says, after 3 years, I will return the money to you. Example 2, bank has collected 100 rupee, but there is no maturity period. No maturity period. These are also referred to as, right, if there is no maturity period, these are also perpetual instrument. Perpetual instruments. Perpetual means what? Which do not have any maturity period. Now think of it very carefully and tell me, if you are the bank, which one would you want to collect? Example 1 or example 2 in the form of capital to absorb losses? Think of it again. You are a bank. This is where many of the students make a mistake. You are a bank. You want to collect capital. You want to use it to absorb losses. Which one would you prefer? Example 1 or example 2? Your answer should be example 2. Your answer should be example 2, my dear. Many of you are saying example 1. Why do you want to choose a borrowing where you already know after 3 years you will give the money back? Why? Don't you think a better than this would be collecting money where you will decide when you will return the money back? Does it make sense to you or not? Let me know. Does it make a sense to you or not? In example 1, guaranteed after 3 years, you will have to give it. In the example 2, you will decide when you will give it back. Then don't you think your reliance, let me know, don't you think your reliance on this will be much higher to absorb losses? Your dependency on this will be much higher to absorb losses. Can I go forward now? Can I go forward? Now, what is the use of all of this? Why should you read all of it? The capital held by the bank, capital that is there with the bank, is divided into two parts, core and supplementary. And I'll give you current affairs examples of both of them. Current affairs, very important. That is basically the concept of additional tier 1 bond and tier 2 bond. Have you heard of this? Additional tier 1 bond and tier 2 bonds. In the last 1 year, in the last 2 months, in the last 3 months, both of them were there in the newspaper. And trust me when I say this, it will again come in the newspaper. Why? Credit Suisse, right? Additional tier 1 bond. Yes Bank in India, additional tier 1 bond. So many banks, they are basically discussing in the context of current affairs, AT1 bond and tier 2 bond. Now, please understand this carefully. The example of additional tier 1 bond, it is an example of tier 1 capital. It is an example of tier 1 capital. And tier 2 bond, it is an example of tier 2 capital. Now, I'll explain this and then I will ask you and you will only answer which one is more reliable for you as a bank. Let's start. Additional tier 1 bonds. These are the bonds which are issued by the banks which do not have any maturity period. I'll repeat it. Right? Additional tier 1 bonds are the kind of bonds which are issued by the bank which do not have any maturity period. Point number 1. Point number 2. A bank which will issue AT1 bond, again alphabet A, alphabet T. A bank which will issue AT1 bond, collect the capital, that capital will be counted as a part of tier 1 capital. Third point, the bank will decide, I repeat, the bank will decide when they want to repurchase the bonds from the market. And the bank will decide that they have issued it. The bank may want to repurchase this bond after 5 years or after 10 years. Entirely the decision of the bank. Point number 4. In extreme situations, I repeat, in extreme situations, right? What do you mean by situation? Extreme situation here. Let's say the losses of the banks are very high. The bank cannot pay interest to you. If they pay interest, the bank will close down. In such situations, the bank may decide not to give you any interest and the bank may simply cancel these bonds. I'll repeat the statement. Understand this carefully. In certain situations, we'll simply call it as in stressful situations. In stressful situations, the bank may simply, right, not pay any interest coupon to the holder of the bond. And point number 2, the bank may simply cancel the bond. Cancel the bond means what? Please have a look at this. Your friend is back. Imagine I'm a bank. I've issued this bond to you. No maturity period. Annually, I'm supposed to pay you 8%. This year, my losses are very high. What I might do is, I might simply announce, I will not pay any interest to you. 1. And second, what I might also do is, I might simply say, this 100 rupee bond that is there with you, it is useless. I will not repay even 100 rupee also. That is basically the feature of additional tier 1 bond. Additional tier 1 bond. Whatever I've discussed, all the points are there. Now, have a look at this. Have a look at this. If you want to invest in such bonds, will you demand lower interest rate or a higher interest rate? Let me know. Right? Will you demand a lower interest rate or a higher interest rate? You will demand a very high interest rate. You will demand a very, very high interest rate. Now, this is additional tier 1 bond. Tier 2 bonds. Now, there is one more concept. Tier 2 bonds. Tier 1 bonds are also unsecured. Tier 2 bonds are also unsecured. Now, what do you mean by unsecured here? What do you mean by unsecured? Do you remember the concept of security or collateral? Let me know. Do you remember the concept of security or collateral? in case of these bonds, either additional tier 1 and tier 2 bonds, no security or collateral is provided. That is, in simple terms, if I want to simplify this, if there is a secured bond, meaning what? I've issued this bond to you. Imagine this is a secured bond. If I do not repay the amount to you, you can simply come take away my company. You can simply come take away machines and sell it in the market. Secured. But I will issue this bond to you. No security, I will give it to you. Can I call this as unsecured? Let me know. Can I call this as unsecured or not? So both AT1 and tier 2 both are unsecured. Now, what are the tier 2 bonds? These are unsecured bonds issued by the banks. The bank will collect money, and money that is collected will be counted as a part of tier 2 capital. But please understand, in case of tier 2 bonds, when the issue is happening, when the issuer is selling the bond to you, the bond maturity period is decided. The bond maturity period is decided, right? That is, let's say they will sell this bond to you and they will tell you, when they're issuing this bond, they will tell you, right? Let's say maturity period is 5 years. Maturity period is 5 years. Maturity period is 10 years. Right? This is basically the concept of tier 2 bonds. So additional tier 1, right, and tier 2. Now, having discussed all of this, please tell me, as a bank, should you collect more under, right, additional tier 1 bond or tier 2 bonds? That is, all I'm trying to ask you is, should you be more dependent, reliable on tier 1 capital or tier 2 capital? Your dependency should be more on tier 1 capital, because, right, this capital is available to you. You will decide, right? So it can absorb losses much more easily compared to tier 2 capital. That is the reason. Remember this, I've given a statement. Please have a look at this. Tier 2 capital is considered less reliable than tier 1. Is it okay? Tier 2 capital is considered to be less reliable than tier 1. Right? So this is basically the idea of the capital that is held by the bank. Now, right, certain more concepts are there in the banking, right? That is Basel guidelines. We'll continue it next week. Let me take up questions. Taxation questions, descriptive questions are left out. Let's finish off the descriptive questions. Then on Monday, I will take up the second slide under the Basel guidelines. Okay, second slide under the Basel guidelines. Let's start. Okay, so have a look at the descriptive question here. Discuss the rationale for introducing GST in India. Bring out critically the reasons for the delay in the rollout of its regime. Right? What is the reason why there is a delay in implementation of GST in India, and why GST is actually needed in India? Right? So basically, two components are there in the question here. Let's start. First part, introduction. Right? First component has to be introduction. What is introduction? Goods and Services Tax, that is GST, has come into force from the 1st of July 2017. And this is, right, one of the very important indirect taxation reforms implemented by the government. Now, come to the, right, the second part of the answer. What is the reason why GST, right, should be implemented in India? Because they're asking you for the rationale. Why should you implement GST in India? One, multiplicity of indirect taxes will be reduced. Right? Until recently, before GST, there are multiple indirect taxes at the central level, state level. All these have been brought under one now, GST. Second, it will help transportation sector. It will eliminate cascading effect. It will promote ease of doing business, etc. So these are some of the reasons why GST has been introduced in India. But what are the reasons for the delay? Right? For example, if you remember it carefully, I told you before India, 150 countries have implemented GST in their economy. Why in India there was so much of delay in implementation of GST? These are some of the reasons. One, right, understand this carefully. One was what goods and services should be brought, what should be exempted. I understand. What should be brought under it, what should be exempted, right? That was very difficult to find out. Second, which type of indirect taxes should be taken away from the states? Which of them should be taken away from the states? Right? Don't you think states fought very hard to keep away some of the indirect taxes from being taken away under the GST? I hope you understand this. Third, once you decide these are the products, these are the goods, these are the services which will be brought under GST, the next challenge was what should be the rate of GST? What should be the rate of GST? Right? Should it be 5? Should it be 12? Should it be 18? Should it be 28? And next important, right, the frictional point was states wanted compensation. States wanted a lot of compensation because they are giving away the indirect taxes power under the GST Council. So these were some of the very important reasons why there was a delay in the implementation of GST in India. Right? So this is basically answer to the question. Discuss the rationale for introducing GST, bring out critically the reasons for the delay in the GST regime. Okay. Now, one more question on GST. Enumerate the indirect taxes which have been subsumed in the GST. Also, comment on the revenue implications of the GST introduced since July 2017. First part of the answer, enumerate. Enumerate simply means list out. List out what indirect taxes have been subsumed, brought under GST at the central level plus state level. So I've given certain examples at the central level as well as the state level. In fact, while discussing also, I've told you, try to buy at 3 from the center, 3 from the state. Now this will answer the first part of the question. Second part of the question, what are the revenue implications? What are the revenue implications of implementation of GST? First one, states will be foregoing lot of indirect taxes power under the GST. Let me know whether correct or not. States will be foregoing lot of indirect taxes powers when we introduce GST. And when the states will forego these indirect taxation powers, automatically the state revenues would be affected. Point number 2, when you introduce GST, more and more taxpayers would be brought under GST. Cascading effect will be addressed, market prices would cool down, more and more taxpayers will be brought under GST, hence the number of taxpayers under GST will increase. Has it happened? The economic survey says yes. Economic survey says the number of taxpayers pre-GST and under GST, if you make a comparison, the number of taxpayers under GST has increased. Now, simple question to all of you. If the number of taxpayers will increase, can I use a statement? It will help us in widening the tax base. Let me know. I'll repeat the statement here again. If the number of taxpayers will increase, can I use a statement? It will help us in widening of the tax base. And if there is a widening of the tax base, we expect the impact on the GST revenue collection to increase and the total taxes collected by Government of India to also increase. Higher tax collections would also lead to improvement in tax to GDP ratio, right? And the cascading effect will be addressed, and this will help whom? It will help customers such as you and me. It will help exporters. It will also help manufacturers, right? Because of a lower cascading effect and introduction of GST, that is abolition of, let's say the check post. Now the movement of the goods has been made much more easier. The cost of transportation, cost of manufacturing will be lower, right? So these are some of the revenue implications of implementation of goods and services tax. Done? Okay. Any issue with this? Right. So these are the two descriptive questions which have come in the last couple of years based on, right, the taxation based on GST specifically in the mains examination. Okay, so now any questions that you people have, raise it now. Any questions that you people have, raise it now so that I can address it. Who are the buyers of AT1 bonds? Institutions are there, right? You and me, right? We have purchased it, etc., etc. Okay. Show second mains question. It means tier 2 bonds are better than tier 81 bonds. Again, when you say better, in what context are you asking? If you are asking as a bank, should I rely more on the tier 1 or tier 2? My answer to you will be, because a tier 1, there is no maturity period decided. You will decide when you want to collect it back or you want to purchase it back. I would simply say, as a bank, you should rely more on tier 1. As an investor, right? Please understand, as an investor, generally the focus of the investors is on the returns. You also tell me, right? You're discussing all of this with a luxury of hindsight. You're looking at all of this with a luxury of hindsight. Many of you, please tell me honestly, if a bank 1 will offer you 6% rate of interest, a bank 2 will offer you 8% rate of interest, tell me honestly, will you keep your deposit in bank 1 or bank 2? Think of it. Where will you keep your deposit? All of you, without even looking left and right, you will run to bank 2, keep a deposit in bank 2. But what if I say bank 2 is, right, an urban cooperative bank? We have not discussed urban cooperative bank, but have you heard of Punjab Maharashtra Cooperative Bank? I hope you understand, right? Punjab Maharashtra Cooperative Bank. Have you heard of this? Right? Many people lost the money because they kept their deposits in Punjab Maharashtra Cooperative Bank. There is a risk involved in keeping money with the cooperative banks. I'll discuss that Monday. Don't worry. Okay, that's the reason. Many of the times investors don't see the fine print. Investors don't see what are the conditions, what are the guidelines. They will focus only on the interest rate, right? And thereby take a very high amount of risk. Penalty is imposed only by not following RBI. Does it can be varied by money bank have from one kind of a guideline to another kind of a guideline? When they will delay, when they will not follow the guidelines, RBI can impose a different penalties. If some country don't have any promise or order on their currency, this type of money is non-fiat money. My dear, you tell me example. You tell me example. Simply don't create hypotheticals in mid-air. Tell me an example. Which country the government has issued currency and it is not through the order of the government? You tell me an example. Right? Simply don't create hypotheticals. You say government is issuing currency, but you're saying, can it be called as non-fiat? How? When government issues currency, don't you think government is guaranteeing the value of the currency? How? You tell me. Bhutan. Bhutan government is issuing currency and government doesn't guarantee the value of currency. Think. Okay. Not in every case banks reduce the interest rate after repo goes down. Some cases that has reduced interest rates only change. I've told you this, right? In fact, I've told you this categorically. Categorically, I said banks are not following it. Banks are violating it. That is the only reason why external benchmarking has been introduced by RBI. Okay. Why other deposit with RBI is there in both M0 and M1? My dear, if government of India will keep a deposit with RBI, should it be counted as a part of narrow money or not? You tell me. Think of it. Keeping in view the income inequalities in India, how can we justify having single tax rate? In what context are you talking? It seems better to have progressive tax rate, which we have now. On income taxes, we have progressive rates only. Right? And I told you in the context of indirect taxes, right, you will have to have multiple indirect taxes. You cannot simply have only one rate. For example, if you have only one rate of 5%, we have discussed all of this. If you have only one rate, revenue problem, inflation rate, etc., etc., did we not discuss all of this? If I have taken a loan 2 years back at a fixed rate of interest, will the EMI rate of interest change with the repo rate? My dear, when you say fixed rate of interest, did you check what was the condition imposed by the bank that is issuing the loan? When you say fixed rate of interest, you tell me, right? Don't you think there's a dichotomy? Right? Basically, you're canceling your own question. You have taken a fixed rate of interest loan, and now you're asking me, with change in the repo rate, will the rate of interest change? How? Tell me how. How is that possible? When you agree to a fixed rate of interest, fixed means fixed. Right? That's a self-explanatory point. Okay. Difference between MCLR and external benchmarking. MCLR, the banks used to decide the revision. Banks used to take their own parameters, decide. Benchmarking. External benchmarking, you are connecting your rate of interest to repo rate. Don't you think there's a difference between both of them? Okay. What is liability of RBI? Any money that has to be repaid by RBI is called as a liability. The bank deposits that are kept with RBI is a liability. Government of India's deposits, right, with RBI is called as a liability. Money that is there printed and issued by RBI, right, either currencies or coins, it is also liability of RBI, counted as a liability. Okay. What about M4, M2? What's the value of both? If RBI prefers M0, M1, M3, what's the use of M4 and M2? You tell me, was the preference of bank deposits earlier compared to today? Was the preference of, I'm sorry, not bank deposits, postal deposits, post office deposits, was it high or not? I'm not talking about today, 1990s, 1992, 1995, etc. Was it preference? Was it higher or not? Of course, yes, that's a precise reason. And I told you the second point as well. Listen to the lecture. I told you second point as well. The postal deposits are more liquid compared to, right, the term deposits that are kept with the bank, but less liquid compared to, right, the time deposits that are kept with the bank. Now the question is, where will you count it then? If you say time deposits, you cannot count post office deposits there because they are less liquid. If you say demand deposits, if you count it as a part of demand deposit, again there is a problem there. So that is the precise reason we have M2 also, M4 also. Okay. Okay. Any other question? Any other question? 1970, which 14 banks nationalized? Why? Why? You tell me why. Will UPSC ask you that question? 14 banks were nationalized in 1970, 6 banks, 20 banks. You want to buy at the list? Why? What is the use of that? Is this a live class? My dear, ask a question. Rather than asking whether this is live, not live, recorded, ask a question. When I say ask a question, your question is this live? I don't understand. Why M2 and M4 are not used in India? Did I not answer this? I said banks create credit. Banks create credit. Right? And again, this is a very bad behavior. Anyways, banks create credit. I've answered this question umpteen times now. Okay, banks create credit, not post offices. That's the reason I said, if RBI wants to know how much can be the total money created as a result of reduction in the CRR, increase in the SLR, that's the reason M1 and M3 is taken as an importance by RBI. Again, don't say that my questions are not answered. If you listen to me very carefully, you will understand. I have answered most of the questions. But again, basically, same argument every time. Cascading effect means what? Whenever a tax effect will fall on the other tax, whenever the tax effect will fall on the other tax, it is called as a cascading effect. Okay? Any difficulty? Anything else? Byju's monthly magazine covers all current affairs? Yes. It will cover all the current affairs. Right? Please read. Please read. If you want to read magazine, please read it. I don't have any issues. But read one source for current affairs. Please ensure that you will have one source for current affairs. Thoroughly read it. Okay, anything else? Can we stop here? MCLR was introduced 2016? Yes, from the 1st April of 2016. MCLR was introduced from the 1st April of 2016. Outright tax, don't worry, leave it, right? I will only say, please leave it. Again and again, I'll keep on telling you the same thing. 40 tax have been subsumed under GST. Do not do a PhD on all the 40 taxes. You're simply wasting your time. Leave it. Okay, done. So let's stop the discussion here. Okay, let's stop the discussion. We'll continue from the Basel guidelines. Second slide of Basel guidelines. Okay, so right, take care. Right, take care. Good night. We'll meet again on Monday. Okay, take care.
function.